Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 4 of Access 2021. My name is James Forney, your 2021 conference chair. I'm also the Systems and Technical Services Coordinator here at Vancouver Community College in downtown Vancouver on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I would like to thank today the BC Libraries Cooperative for their continuing money wrangling support and for OCLC for sponsoring the Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture tomorrow afternoon. I'd also like to thank all of my fellow organizers, Shannon, Tim, Rebecca, Alex, Cynthia, Adrienne, Eka, and Rebecca, other Rebecca. I won't say which Rebecca is which. And also special thanks to Scott Leslie, our Master of Coin. You've all been great. And anyone else I'm missing, thank you for all the hard work you've put into making this happen. We have a great day lined up today. Just a few notes before we begin. Today, for those of us in British Columbia, there's an event happening called Shakeout BC at 10:21 a.m. Southwestern BC, where many of us organizers are, is prone to seismic activity because of its location over the Cascadia subduction zone, which covers the boundary between the oceanic Juan de Fuca plate and the continental North American plate. Yes, you didn't think you'd be getting a geology lesson today. At 10:21, those of us in BC will participate in an earthquake drill. It'll only take a few minutes. It'll be in the middle of a session, so those of you not in BC probably won't notice anything, but just a heads up in case people are missing for a few minutes. We'll be under our desks cowering in fear. At the break at 10:30, we have a pet meet and greet. So you can bring your pet into the room, hold them up. If you're at the office, this is more challenging, but if you're at home, please, we would love to see your pet. And we can do a round of introductions if you're holding up your pet, because we want to hear their adorable names. At 1:30 today, at the end of our sessions, we have a social event, which is a moderated rant session. This was originally scheduled to be moderated by Eka, but something came up, so appropriately enough, Tim Rabarik will be moderating. It will be sort of a format of pasting rants into a shared Google Doc anonymously or not anonymously if you wish, and Tim will read them off. So someone's going to paste a link to the Google Doc for rants in the chat. This is a good time to remind everyone that we ask everyone attending and participating in the conference to abide by our code of conduct. The code of conduct can be found on our website and applies to all the events, including the social events. So I encourage you to review it and contact our community support volunteers, which are the members of our organizing committee. If there's any issue, the names are found on About Access 21 on our website. A few more housekeeping notes. We had an issue with a panelist email going out. It did not go out yesterday, but went out this morning. But if you did not get it and you've joined and you're a panelist, just do the raise hand and I'll just promote you to panelist. And I'll try to find the people that names I recognize. And again, just please keep your microphone and video off until you're ready to speak in your time slot. And it's just also a good time to note that we don't have a plan for Access 2022, the Access with the most twos in the name ever. This has been a great fun organizing. I've really enjoyed organizing the past 2 years, but I'd love to have a break. And we'd love to see maybe someone in the East want to, are sick of our weird Pacific times and want to change that up, or earthquake drills, all the weird things we have going on out west here. So yeah, I didn't do earthquake. I grew up in Ontario where we had tornado drills, but no earthquake drills. So maybe we could do a tornado drill. So anyway, if you're interested in being involved, contact one of the organizers or email accesslibcon@gmail.com. We'll put out a more formal call for proposals in the coming weeks. So look for that. And so without further ado, I will kick off with our first talk. I will hand off to Amy, who's the session moderator, but I will be playing the video for the first talk. Amy. Hi there.
Hi, thanks, James. My name's Amy, and I am your moderator for the first talk. But as James alluded, the first talk is pre-recorded, so he will cue that up. It is from Walter Lewis, who has been an occasional presenter at Access since 1999. Walter currently works with the development team of the not-for-profit ourdigitalworld.org, and his talk is entitled Revisiting the Paper Files, OCR from Paper versus Microfilm. So take it away, Walter.
In this lightning talk, we'll look for a few minutes at the implications of digitizing from the original paper versus microforms, and the implications of that for OCR, and consequently the discovery of content and indeed the whole user experience. Obviously, this isn't a problem if you're given access to the files that were sent to the printer rather than having to digitize the paper output, because that's what users really want, and that's hard to deliver with content published in the mid-19th century. In many instances, those paper files still survive, despite having been microfilmed some years ago. Frequently, in fact, they've been locked away and barely touched since then. They may be in a variety of conditions: loose, unbound, especially since the filming, tightly bound. They may be falling apart because of the age of the paper, and they may be in a variety of locations. In fact, there are stray issues that in many instances have never been filmed with a set. The following examples are drawn from The Voice of the Fugitive, which, despite being filmed in 1947, is still carefully preserved in the Burton Historical Collection at the Detroit Public Library. On the left is a 2-page spread from the microfilm of The Voice of the Fugitive. On the right, an image of one of those pages shot directly from the original. Now, there are a lot of flaws in this film that affect the quality of its OCR. Indeed, even had this been a fresh print from the master negative, there would have been issues. Both of the images of this page have text that is more or less human readable at certain levels of zoom. On the left, we have a sample from the OCR output from the microfilm. This paragraph has accuracy close to 50%, but in much of this issue, the accuracy rate actually falls between 15 and 25%, and in other projects that I've worked on, I've seen accuracy in single digits from microfilm. Relative to the version shot directly from the paper, 4 errors with 2 errors in the hyphenation and 1 single instance of combining words, and a success rate in the mid-90s, which is typical for the whole run of The Voice of the Fugitive digitized directly from the original paper. From our camera's raw files, we produce a master TIFF, which we use in the OCR, and derive a JPEG 2000, which you see here delivered from our IIIF server, complete with the pink rash of hit highlighting. As a final note, in the time available, I would caution that most OCR frequently fails to recognize fancier typefaces, such as those used in advertisements. No matter what your source, OCR just struggles with the raw material for ransom notes. Beyond OCR, there are serious issues with the usefulness of the images that appear more and more frequently over the course of the 20th century. And even some workflows that have digitized from the original paper in emphasizing text contrast destroy in the process the usefulness of these images. And here we are at the Burton with the portable studio that we use to do this process. This volume took just over an hour to digitize. Compared to that loosely bound volume, not all originals are perfect. On the left, these issues of the Port Perry Standard were discovered recently under a floor, having largely survived a variety of environmental challenges. However, they do fill a critical gap, as no other issues from these years have survived, and there's a break in the microfilm run of the paper in the late 1890s. Even this small set will add some tens of thousands of words to the community record. In the project to the right, I'm reshooting the Marine Review. 30,000 pages already done, with this batch of about 15,000 more in the queue. Some bound, some of these are original unbound issues with the advertising content that had been trimmed out of the bound volumes that were used in the microfilm project. Some of these have never been filmed. The opportunities for improving discovery remain extensive. Here's where you can contact me. There are links to The Voice of the Fugitive, to the Marine Review, and to the toolkit that we use to deliver the results online. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Walter? I'm just looking at around our various places to see if there are any. Is there anything that you wanted to tell us that you couldn't fit into your lightning talk, Walter?
This process is one that obviously only works where agencies have been smart enough that have had the film, have preserved the paper after the filming has been done. And it is disheartening to routinely hear stories of libraries and archives pitching this material out, thinking that the microfilm is the perfect solution to this. And having read personally tens of thousands of pages from the microfilm, I can assure you there are lots of flaws in that stuff because of the push to improve contrast. So the concern here is that I don't see that this is any more stressful financially than the creating of the film to begin with. Those same agencies, those same folks that produce this stuff on film can just as easily at the same time produce a digital version of this if you send some for filming or send it back. And honestly, I really believe it's worth doing if we honor our users in the and the research we get. If some of these things are just fundamental, some of them are perfect, and some of the film out there is just flawed, and in subtle ways and in big ways in some instances.
We have a question in the chat from Lawrence. He asks, what is the reasoning between the two medias performing differently?
Part of the challenge is the fact that microfilm is a reduction format. So there's two things going on, one of which is you're reducing it into a film strip that's 35 millimeters wide, sometimes 16, but most papers are done 35. Just about any paper that I've ever seen has been in 35 millimeter film. So there's a reduction factor there. And the reduction factor varies depending on how big the original sheet was. So the Globe paper, for example, was published in Toronto in the late 19th century, had expanded to something that was almost 12 columns wide. And if you take something that wide and try and reduce it to something this small, there's a lot of reduction in there. If you've used the digital versions of that, the reduction and then re-enlarging of it again, there's just a lot of data loss in there. I have seen pages where words were repeated 20 and 30 times that still wouldn't return from an OCR search of that page. So by going back and revisiting the original, we have a chance to do something that is more subtle about contrast and at the same time improves the user experience. Users just love to see the paper feel of these things along with the rest of it. Obviously, the content matters, but the experience and the extent to which you can improve the OCR, you get people to that content.
Nice. Okay, thank you very much, Walter. It's time for our next lightning talk, and this one is going to be a live talk from Pascal Calarco. Pascal is the Carl ARL Visiting Program Officer for Marrakesh Treaty Implementation, and his talk is titled Marrakesh Treaty Implementation, What's Needed to Enable Access to Academic Books. Take away, Pascal.
Great, thanks so much. Thank you for the introduction. I do want to do a land acknowledgement quickly. The University of Windsor sits on the traditional territory of the Three Fires Confederacy of First Nations, which includes the Ojibwa, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi. We respect the long-standing relationships with First Nations people in this place in the 100-mile Windsor-Essex Peninsula and the Straits, Les Détroits of Detroit. I'd like to briefly tell you today about our project and solicit your ideas for implementing them in our libraries. The Marrakesh Treaty is the first user benefit international copyright agreement ever. Currently, 80 countries, including the US and Canada, have ratified this in their home countries, and 37 more are in the process of doing so. The Marrakesh Treaty provides a copyright exemption for all copyrighted works, irrespective of format, for readers who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled in those signatory countries. CARL and ARL formally agreed to collaborate on implementing Marrakesh in the summer of 2020. With the pandemic, it's really been this summer that we've begun meaningful work. We have a task force comprised of members from CARL and ARL offices, 2 visiting program officers, myself and Victoria Owen from the University of Toronto, leadership from partner libraries, metadata, systems, and intellectual property areas in both countries. Our partner libraries are York University and the Bibliothèque et Archives Nationales du Québec in Canada, and Cornell University and the University of Florida in the United States. The goal for the project is to implement requesting and borrowing of digital and physical materials specifically for and limited to treaty beneficiaries in both countries. We're starting with academic research libraries, but it's expected that this work will scale to public and other kinds of libraries in the future across all ratifying countries. At a 50,000-foot view level, this work is really about accessible description, discovery, and access of accessible materials in all formats. We're starting the project by engaging with the beneficiary community to understand their functional requirements and computing ecology that they work with, and exploring approaches to solutions following these. Some of the initial questions we're asking you can see here. Last week, we presented on the project to the CNIB, that's Canadian National Institute for the Blind, French language annual conference. And tomorrow we'll be doing the same for the English language meeting. At both of these, we're soliciting feedback and building focus groups to work with us to ensure that the solutions meet our users' expectations and needs. Here's some of the challenges and decision points that we've articulated thus far in terms of technical implementation within our libraries and the systems we use. Importantly, this also impacts how we digitize materials and what format they should be in for greatest ease of use. And that is not the Adobe Portable Document format. So we'd love to hear your feedback and thoughts and ideas. You can contact us at the email address here. And you also here see who's on the systems implementation committee. Thanks so much for the opportunity to help raise the visibility of this project here at Access 2021. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that folks have.
Thanks. Sorry. Thanks, Pascal. Does anyone have any questions for Pascal? Just as a reminder, you can ask questions in the chat, or we do have the Q&A feature enabled, as well as the community notes document. While we're waiting for any other questions, is there anything that you want to tell us about your project that didn't fit into the 5-minute talk?
Sure. I think there's a variety of approaches and questions here. Can we use a lot of the momentum behind controlled digital lending as, at least in the mechanism sense, to enable this across different ILSs globally. To what extent should we define new patron groups and new classes of materials lending specifically for Marrakesh treaty beneficiaries? How, to what extent are libraries positioned to create EPUBs from digitizing our print collections? What are some of the barriers there? And finally, how do we do this in an identity and access management way to ensure that only beneficiaries get access to these materials? Because there's not going to be any kind of DRM on them whatsoever.
Do you have those are some intriguing questions that you've posed yourself. Do you have an answer to that last one in particular?
No, other than the user is going to, and they've done this up till now, ensure that they don't share those materials with others who are not beneficiaries. I think there's questions of, do we have a centralized repository for these materials? Do we have regional repositories? How do we exchange these across borders? There are some differences in Canadian and US copyright law as regards to commercial availability. Canada is one of the most restrictive countries in the world, one of only about 7 that has a commercial availability clause. So we're working with the federal government now to see if we can get that removed.
So am I right in thinking that you're still kind of at the stage where you're asking all these questions and brainstorming with your steering committee or your group?
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we're trying to raise the visibility of the project, get other voices involved in it, and kind of learn as much from the community as we can about what their needs are.
All right. Thank you so much. Oh, I do see something in the Q&A. Let me, so we have a question here from Janet, and she asks, is the expectation that eventually institutions themselves will be contributing materials as part of their own practices?
Absolutely. So if you could foresee anybody, say in the US or Canada, eventually saying, identifying a book that's held in a library. So that's first challenge. How do you find this stuff? And then being able to make a request to have that material digitized, say in an EPUB 3 format within a timely way from that individual library, to be able to send that as kind of an interlibrary loan request to that user.
Excellent. All right, so if there are no more questions for Pascal, we will move on to our next presenter, who is Carolyn Pekowski. Carolyn has been working as the Metadata and Electronic Resources Librarian at McGill University since February 2020. Carolyn previously worked as a hospital librarian at Trillium Health Partners in Mississauga, Ontario. She has a Master of Information from the University of Toronto, and she is interested in automation and programmatic solutions for electronic resource management, communications practices to promote, educate, and advocate about library work, resources, and services, and mentorship opportunities within libraries. Her talk is entitled KBART Backups in OCLC, Creating a Workflow for Local Collections Backups. Take it away, Carolyn.
Sorry, yeah, I think I did have a pre-recorded talk as well, but I don't know if that video is available. If not, I can wing it.
Oh, okay.
Just give me one second.
That?
Sure, okay.
is there anything that you would like to say about it while James is queuing up the video?
Sure, yeah, I guess, well, actually, one thing I have done since for even recording the video is I have added the scripts that I developed to GitHub. So I'll actually share that in the chat, just if people want to take a look. And I added a lot more annotation to them when I added them to GitHub compared to what you'll see in my slides, but
Cool.
yeah, so.
Yeah, and we will add those to the community notes document as well, because that'll be great for.
Yeah, it'd probably be easier if people want to try to use them. I'm hoping they'll be pretty usable if you're a library that has like OCLC's World Chair Management Services. If you're using that, it should be ready to go, kind of thing. Hopefully.
Yeah. All right, and I see the talk is up, so we will flip to that.
Good morning or afternoon, wherever you're joining from today. My name is Carolyn Bukowski, and I'm very excited to be speaking to you from McGill University in Montreal. Thank you to the Access Conference planners for inviting me to speak. Today, I'm going to be outlining the development of a collections backup solution for our library using OCLC's World Chair Management Services. The goal was to create a solution for backing up the KBART files for each of our collections that is time efficient, requires minimal intervention, and fits easily into our regular workflows, ideally allowing us to run backups about every 2 weeks. McGill Library, as I've mentioned, uses OCLC's World Chair Management Services. In OCLC WMS, we can take backups of our KBART collection files in one of 2 ways. We can download individual KBART files collection by collection, one at a time, or we can download a single complete file of all of the KBARTs for all of the collections held by our library combined. Each of these methods has its limitations. So the individual method, as you can imagine, takes a lot of time and requires a lot of manual intervention if you want to capture all the collections. Whereas the complete method generates, in the case of McGill, a 2.5 to 3 gigabyte text file, which cannot be read, let alone manipulated by most conventional text readers, Excel, or OpenRefine. Based on our goal and the related requirements, it made more sense to figure out how to make use of the complete download rather than the individual downloads. It was essential to come up with a way to make that complete file actually workable. So I decided to try to find a Python script that would accomplish this. And this led to my first attempt. So I discovered a script online that could be easily adapted to this project and which would allow me to split the huge file by size. As you can see here in line 11, just here, I was opting to split it every 50,000 rows. The script is working through the big file within a few minutes, and it generates files named small underscore file underscore 50,000, small underscore file underscore 100,000, and so on. And this is set up just here. This solution worked well, but I was left feeling that it wasn't quite perfect. In an ideal world, rather than splitting by number of lines, I would split files by OCLC collection ID. In this case, the output files would be collection-specific KBART files, which is exactly what we would need if we ever needed to restore a collection. So for my second attempt, I decided to take on this challenge. And in the end, this is a script I generated to solve the issue. You're going to notice that the structure of this script is quite similar to the split by size script. So essentially, I just worked to change the condition of how the files are split from splitting by size to splitting by collection ID. So line 20 here, just here, is where I identify the collection ID field. And line 23, just down here, is where I start to set up the condition that if the collection ID changes, the current small file that's being written will close and a new file will begin for the new collection ID. I also made a more descriptive file name in this script, which you see in line 26. So just down here. So now it actually includes the date of the backup, the OCLC collection ID, as well as the sort of text name of the collection, just for some added description. However, I did have to replace certain characters in the collection names. So up here in line 22 is where I replace things like the slash and the colon, just so that it'll be acceptable as a file name. And finally, my previous script, as in quite an oversight, didn't actually retain the header line for the individual small files that were being written. So that header line in the KBARTs with all the great category information for what's in the columns. So now this new script does maintain the header row, and that's thanks to what's written here in line 17, where I identify the header line, as well as line 28, where the header line gets written. I can confirm that this script works well and still relatively quickly, although it does now output approximately 1,700 or more individual collection files at a time, compared to about 16 small files from before when I was splitting by size. That being said, these many smaller files by collection ID are much more ready to use for what we need to do. In conclusion, this project proved to be a great way for me to gain some confidence in using Python in my work and quote unquote writing scripts of my own, which in this case did include actually borrowing from existing scripts online and then adapting them to my needs. I learned a lot by implementing various Python functions that I had previously only learned about in the abstract, which I'm hoping is going to make it easier to recognize more tasks that can benefit from Python in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Please do feel free to reach out, or I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thanks, Carolyn. Again, if anyone has any questions for Carolyn, you can put the question in the chat or use the Q&A feature. I see you've anticipated the show your pet session.
Yes, not totally intentionally. I think she always says when she can hear my voice, so apparently even it works over video. So like, yeah.
That's great. Oh, someone is saying hi to your pet. Jordan Hale says, hi, buddy. And I'm not sure if Marcia's comment is for you or for the cat, but she says, nice job. I'm going to say it to you both.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yes. Sure.
So I think in both of your presentations, you've talked a lot about your journey as a learner. Can you tell us more about where you're feeling like you're at now, and do you have advice for people who are learning Python?
Yeah, for sure. So I do still feel very much like a beginner. Like I do think this project is a good indication of sort of where I'm at. Like just being able to sort of compose a script that'll do a task that I need to do and getting it to run and work consistently is still sort of my big win. But I would say it's been good. Like in my case, I found it really helpful to try to just like go at it very piecemeal, like try not to tackle like a huge project right out the gate. So I find like I do just, oh my goodness, sorry, she's all over the place. I do gain a lot of confidence just by doing these like sort of smaller projects and identifying like a one-off task where I'm like, man, I bet Python could probably do something that would help me here. So I think just trying to attack it very piecemeal has been really, really helpful to me.
Is there a particular a task that you've used Python for that you want to highlight?
Yeah, I guess the other main use case I've had is that I use it a lot for doing like metadata manipulation. So just where I have like a full collection KBART or something and I want to run kind of a systematic change through a bunch of the lines. I've experimented with using it for that and for doing like prepping metadata, I guess, to upload into a new system, like doing transfers of different types of like different fields and stuff when I need to transfer stuff into a new format for metadata projects mostly. Yeah.
Great. Are there any more questions for Carolyn? All right, well, thank you again very much, Carolyn. Our next talk is a pre-recorded talk. Oh, actually, we've got about 5 minutes before our next presentation starts. So we can take questions for any of the 3 lightning talk presenters. And I actually saw one come in for Walter. Oh, I guess it's more of a comment. So back at the end of Walter's talk, Russell says, I've seen this come down to funding. Scanning the film is faster, cheaper. Too bad everything is about funding. Is Walter still here? Oh, okay. I was gonna see if he had a comment on that, but I don't know if he is still with us. Any other comments or questions for our 3 lightning talk presenters? Seeing none, our next talk is pre-recorded and we have 4 presenters. So hopefully it'll take a couple minutes for me to introduce them and that'll use up that time. So our next talk is from, it's entitled Research Data Repository Migration, Process and Lessons Learned. Our presenters are Kelsey Poloni, and she is the Data Management and Systems Archivist at SFU. At the SFU Library, she provides technical support for data migration and data management, as well as participating in consultations and workshops on research data management topics. Our next presenter is, all 4 of them in a group, Kelly Stathis. They are the Discovery and Metadata Coordinator for the new Digital Research Infrastructure Organization's Portage Network. At Portage, Kelly develops FRDR's search and discovery functionality, supports metadata best practices for data deposited in FRDR, and leads technical support for the DataCite Canada Consortium. Sorry, lots of words doing a tongue twister thing for me. The next presenter is Nicole DeMichelis. She is a data curation officer at the new Digital Research Infrastructure Organization's Portage Network. Drawing on experience with repositories in private, museum, and academic context, Nicole works with researchers to increase reusability of datasets submitted to the FRDR repository. She is bilingual and supports most of the French language submissions. And finally, Yvette Rancourt, as part of the FRDR curation team, they work with researchers and data managers to support the fairness of their data. Yvette also participates in curation initiatives and community building as a member of the Portage Curation Expert Group. So their talk is pre-recorded, so we will have that up for you as soon as we can.
Sorry about that. My Zoom just totally disappeared.
Hello, my name is Nicole DeMichelis, and I am a data curation officer with the Digital Research Alliance of Canada. Today, I'm going to be presenting alongside my colleagues Yvette Rancourt and Kelly Stathis, as well as Kelsey Poloni from SFU, about the recent migration from an institutional repository to a generalist federated repository. What is FRDR? So the Federated Research Data Repository, or as we call it, FRDR, is a Canadian generalist research data repository that's built on DSpace. So we accept deposits from all Canadian researchers in every discipline. A member of our curation team, which is Yvette, Aaron, and myself, will personally review each deposit and then work with that researcher to improve the findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability of their data according to the FAIR principles. FRDR has three main components. There is the data repository, which with the accompanied curation support from our team. There is the National Discovery Layer, which is a search tool that provides a central hub for discovering Canadian data sets in over 80 data repositories, including our own. And then there is the preservation pipeline. So for this presentation, we're focusing on the data repository component of this work and its associated curation activities. As I said, all submissions to FRDR are curated, following a model similar to the curated acronym model published by the Digital Curation Network. Data curation offers several advantages over an unmediated system. I mean, be a little biased on that point, but broadly, it offers a second set of eyes to catch errors and concerns, and increases the fairness of the data set, and gives us an opportunity to work with researchers directly to increase their knowledge of best practices and support RDM more broadly. When we're doing this kind of work, we take a tiered approach to each data set because our top priority is going to be risk management. This means ensuring that the data has the appropriate licenses for our repository, that we can share it, that any personal information associated included in the data has been adequately anonymized, and that any Indigenous data respects the OCAP principles of ownership, control, access, and possession. Some of these elements are going to be easier to determine than others, and many of them are complicated by the sort of nuances involved in migration, which we'll get into in a second. After risk management, we look at findability, which primarily involves augmenting metadata to support research discovery. Lastly, we look at the data quality. We check a sample of the files to ensure that they open or run without errors, and then look for issues around structure and formatting. In our normal workflow, everything we do is in the form of recommendations that go back to the researchers. So this helps researchers understand that the data will be publicly accessible and what that means in terms of risk management and rights management, and support their work in creating documentation and descriptive metadata. So we often work with the same researchers over time, and we get to see the quality of their submissions improve with each interaction. And over to SFU.
Okay, I'll begin with a quick introduction to Simon Fraser University, in case anyone is unfamiliar with us. We're a public research university established in 1965 with 3 campuses in the Vancouver area, each with a library. We have 23,000 full-time equivalent undergraduate students, 3,600 full-time equivalent graduate students, and 1,600 academic staff. SFU's research data repository, called RADAR, was managed by the Library Data Services team, which consisted of 3 individual librarians equivalent to 2 full-time staff. At the time of migration, SFU researchers had deposited over 1,000 data sets to RADAR. RADAR's framework was open source by design and built on Archivematica and Islandora. It allowed for automatic ingest of multiple files and was partially mediated, which meant that researchers could independently deposit their materials into RADAR, but data services could provide mediation for data with more complex preservation or privacy needs. The decision to migrate came when RADAR's infrastructure reached its end of life. The decision to migrate rather than updating RADAR was to allow the data services team to focus more on research data management services for the university rather than on repository management. FRDR was selected as our destination repository due to SFU's previous collaboration with and investment in FRDR development, such as on the project building zero-knowledge encryption for sensitive data. Additionally, FRDR's robust preservation standards and ease of data discovery, along with the curation support for researchers, were factors in choosing them. The biggest challenge that SFU faced was the truncated timeline for our migration. It made all the other challenges more pressing. At the start of the migration, we planned to have at least 1 year to complete the extraction and to retire RADAR. It was shortened to 2.5 months due to IT services retiring the server hosting Radar. Data services updated researchers throughout the process and answered any concerns about gaps in access to their data. We also needed to reach out to researchers about problems such as missing or corrupt files or missing metadata. This was a challenge because some researchers had deposited to Radar years prior and were no longer with SFU. Some were completely unreachable. Additionally, SFU data services consisted entirely of staff who were either new to SFU or who were returning from leave at the time of migration. This meant that 2 out of 3 of us were missing some of the background to the migration and to Radar. Datasets in Radar had 3 possible destinations during migration. FRDR was the default destination for most of our research data. SFU Summit was for thesis-related data, and 2 datasets went to SFU digital collections due to their size and format. Metadata in Radar was primarily DDI crosswalk to Dublin core. This metadata needed to be combined, cleaned up, and incomplete entries were flagged and filled out. And then the Radar metadata was to be mapped to the FRDR schema. The Radar domain was also being retired. Any direct URLs to datasets needed to be redirected to their new locations, which we accomplished using the migrated DOIs. And finally, Radar's policies on deposit were more liberal than FRDR's curation standards. Some datasets were unable to be deposited into FRDR for this reason, and both teams worked with the researchers to make a decision for where their data would end up.
All right, thanks for that, Kelsey. And kind of continuing off of what Kelsey just mentioned. So FRDR is a curated repository, and our team reviewed each data set as it was migrated from Radar. Again, kind of circling back to one of Kelsey's points, what might not be so obvious is just how important communication is for our curation process. So, you know, we're not kind of like all-knowing oracles here, like handing down orders, you must do this or else. You know, our perspective is really that researchers are the experts on their data, and we're just here to make suggestions or recommendations that may be implemented or not. And as part of our practice, we really don't make any changes to data sets beyond kind of fixing the odd typo or tweaking metadata without depositor approval. So you can maybe see where this becomes a challenge for us. When we're working with a researcher at the point of deposit in FRDR, we have that open communication channel. They know who we are, they know what we're doing, and they have some amount of time and motivation to work with us ahead of publication. After publication, though, when we're reviewing the data and we have all these questions, you know, all of a sudden we don't necessarily have the same access to researchers that we did before. So, you know, when we're curating data in FRDR, we'll often flag issues for researchers, things like proprietary or older file formats. You know, we might ask for additional documentation or metadata. And of course, we'll remind them about licensing requirements if we notice they're using third-party data. With the migration, we were seeing the exact same issues. But now we were having to think about things like, okay, is this person's contact information up to date? You know, do they even remember what this data set is about? Will they respond to my emails in a week or in 3 months? You know, do they even know what FRDR is when they deposited their data in Radar like years ago? So as a result, we had to be really clear about our priorities for when to reach out to researchers. You know, thinking back to Nicole's earlier slide about the different tiers, if a researcher is going to get a visit from the Ghost of Research Past, you know, we want it to be for a really good reason. So with that in mind, we've got a couple examples of data sets where we really felt the need to reopen those communication channels. A couple of the data sets where we felt that it was really important to get in touch with the researchers dealt with environmental data that had been collected for and or funded by Indigenous nations or organizations, specifically the Office of the Wet'suwet'en and the Central Coast Indigenous Research Alliance, which includes members from the Heiltsuk, Kitasoo, Hi-His, Nuak, and Wiikianaw nations. And apologies if I've mispronounced anything there. While the data, licenses, DOIs, and files were all remaining the same, the context of that information and the way it was presented had changed. So, the platform itself, we kind of talked a little bit about how FRDR's metadata was a bit different than RADAR's, and even just the fact that FRDR is a national repository and has data stored in multiple sites across Canada does have implications for Indigenous data. So getting in touch with the different researchers meant that we were able to alert them to these changes, and more importantly, they were able to decide whether or not they actually wanted to go ahead with publication. And we had one case where they chose to publish and one where they chose to not.
So transferring DOIs from SFU to FRDR was a multi-step process. Fortunately, both repositories use DataCite DOIs, which made it easier. We did the DOI transfers in a few batches corresponding with the batches of deposits that we received from SFU. And for each batch, the first step was to transfer DOI ownership from SFU's account to FRDR's account within the DataCite system. Next, we had to update the placeholder DOI stored in FRDR to match the existing DOI. By default, FRDR automatically reserves a new DOI using our prefix, but doesn't actually register this DOI with DataCite until the dataset is published. So in between submission and publication, we could manually replace this reserved DOI with the original DOI to prevent registering a new one. At this point, after steps 1 and 2, the FRDR DataCite account now owns the DOI, and the DOI stored in FRDR matches the original DOI. So when we publish the dataset submission, the third step is automatic. The metadata is sent to DataCite as usual, and the existing DOI metadata is updated. This metadata update worked perfectly for all fields except for the URL. That target URL that the DOI redirects to was not automatically replaced with the URL for the FRDR landing page. For that, we had to add one final step, which was to go into the DataCite system and do one manual update for each DOI after dataset publication. We decided to go with this process being largely manual because we had a manageable number of submissions that were coming in small batches. However, many of these steps could also be performed in bulk if needed for a larger migration. For example, for that last step, we could accomplish the URL change using DataCite's APIs instead of doing a manual update in the web interface. With that, I'll pass it over to Yvette for lessons learned.
All right, thank you, Kelly. So from us on the FRDR side, I think this migration really highlighted the importance of relationships and communications, not just for the project, but for our own understanding of what it means to do data curation. We often throw around these acronyms like FAIR and curated. We have all these policies and workflows that we rely on to get our work done. But underlying that all is this, sometimes messy yet essential web of relationships and communication. Communication matters, and folks planning their own migration should really consider how they're going to support that internally and externally. So what's next for us? With the migration, FRDR created its first institutional collection to house all of the transferred RADAR data sets. This is really an opportunity for us to collaborate and shape what an institutional collection might look like with SFU. And we're planning to continue having regular meetings. As part of this, we'll be developing workflows for new deposits to ensure that FRDR functionalities meet the needs of SFU collection managers. And given the importance of communication, figuring out how to manage correspondence with depositors, when should, an SFU librarian contact folks versus when a FRDR curator might contact folks. And lastly, never-ending work of updating depositor guidance and creating new guidance around some of the topics that came up, such as sensitive data and Indigenous owned data. And I'll pass it off to Kelsey for our last slide.
The main success on the SFU side was that we were able to migrate almost all of RADAR's datasets to one of our 3 destination repositories. Most importantly, all of the data and metadata from RADAR was successfully exported before the server had to be retired. For the datasets that couldn't be migrated as intended, we were able to come up with solutions in collaboration with the researchers, which met both of their needs. The SFU FRDR collection was created to act as SFU's new data repository, and it's now available for SFU researchers to deposit their data and for others to search for SFU research data. Somewhat incidentally, the migration necessitated that we conduct a full audit of our digital assets on the data services team. As a result, we were able to identify areas that we could improve for our internal procedures regarding data management, data documentation, and procedure documentation. And finally, SFU established a partnership and a good working relationship with FRTR. And as Yvette mentioned, we continue to meet semi-regularly. And now we will take any questions.
So we do have a few questions in the chat for our presenters. Thank you very much for that presentation. First of all, Erin has put a link to the Data Curation Network curated workflow, if anyone is interested in that. And then Eugene has a question. Did you create your own DDI to DC crosswalk? We have made ours public in GitHub.
Hi, sorry, I guess that's a question for SFU. I wasn't with SFU at the time, but I am told by one of my colleagues that we actually hired Discovery Garden to do that crosswalk for metadata.
Okay, the next question, oh, I guess it was just a duplicate. So again from Eugene, says, does not make sense to use CC BY NC ND for research data. I'm not sure if that's a question or a comment.
It's a comment, Amy, because, sorry, I'm jumping in, but I'm seeing that SFU has been using ND, which does not make sense for data. That it just doesn't, and I want to warn against it.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say I can add a little follow-up comment to that is, you know, yes, in FRTR, that's not one of our kind of default licenses. And for sure, that's something if researchers try to select a license that is super restrictive, we definitely follow up with them about that.
Great. There was a question that was asked and answered. Asking about manual edits, and Kelly has clarified that there were about 40 data sets that had manual edits done. I see a hand raised. Sheldine, did you have a question?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Another question in the chat. Why did SFU migrate from Radar to FRTR and not Dataverse?
So I talked about that a little bit in the presentation. Again, we had a pre-existing relationship with FRTR due to our involvement with the Zero Knowledge Encryption project and had already invested some into the development of FRTR. So it was sort of an expansion of that relationship. And for that reason, it was kind of our starting point for looking for a repository. And again, it's largely being adopted at the national level and has the strong mediated curation as well.
Excellent. And have you been pleased with how the collection has migrated to FRTR? And I mean, I suppose you have because you're here, but
yeah, it's been going very smoothly, and like researchers can also reach out on their own. So us at the library don't necessarily need to be involved in the deposit directly. And yes, Kelly, thank you, has linked to the SFU collection in FRTR there.
Awesome. All right. Thank you once again to all our presenters. And our next presentation, I believe, is a live one. And again, we have 4 presenters. It is called Expanding Geospatial Discovery for Canadian Data. Our first presenter is Mark Goodwin as the metadata coordinator for the Geodesy project. He works alongside Portage's FURDR team to provide expertise for creation, management, and presentation of metadata for geospatial discovery. Mark is passionate about improving access to information and is excited to help enhance discoverability of research data in Canada. Eugene Barsky is the head of UBC Library Research Commons. When not dealing with research data or the logistics of running the library, he enjoys coaching high school volleyball and experimenting how much trombone his kids and animals can take in a day. Paul Dante, he is the primary developer of the Geodesy project and FURDR's map search. When not behind his computer, Paul informally ground truths Google Maps by hiking, skiing, and sea kayaking various areas around British Columbia. And finally, from our last group as well, we have Kelly Stathis, and they are the Discovery and Metadata Coordinator for the new Digital Research Infrastructure Organization's Portage Network. And in case anyone has already forgotten, at Portage, Kelly develops FURDR's search and discovery functionality, supports metadata best practices for data deposited in FURDR, and leads technical support for the DataCite Canada Consortium.
Thanks very much, Amy, for that introduction. And thank you to everyone for joining us for our presentation, Expanding Geospatial Discovery for Canadian Data. They were great introductions. Since we've submitted them, they've already become slightly outdated because NDRIO is now called the Digital Research Alliance of Canada, or just the Alliance. So just want to make sure no one gets confused there by this slide. Just before we start, I want to acknowledge that the four of us presenters here are located in the city we call Vancouver, which is located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples. And UBC in particular, where three of us are based out of, is located on the territory of the Musqueam people. So I'll first highlight what we're going to be talking about in this presentation. We're going to start with an update on FURDR Map Search, which is powered by Geodesy. At the conference last year here, we spoke about what Geodesy is, the Geodesy software. We gave an introduction to that. So we're going to just give an update on where that's at now. We've created an instance of it on FURDR. So we're calling that FURDR Map Search. Going to talk about what's new there. And then we're going to give an introduction to the FURDR Discovery Redesign project. So we just had an entire presentation on FURDR, so I won't spend too much time on this slide, but just in case you're joining us now, FURDR is the Federated Research Data Repository. The Discovery Service seen pictured here provides functionality to discover data sets that exist in Canadian research data repositories from any discipline. And essentially metadata is harvested from multiple types of repository platforms and then exposed via a single point of search, a centralized metadata catalog. Currently, FURDR includes over 65,000 data sets aggregated from over 85 repositories. And there are a few components to how it all works. There's the metadata harvester itself, pictured on the left-hand side of this slide. Then there's the search functionality built on Globus Search. And on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see the discovery interface, which is based on UBC Library's open collections. Now, the map search is a separate search interface currently. So it's an adaptation of the open source Geodesy project. Search results are driven by an interactive map. It's directly tied to FURDR's research data indexing, meaning that we now make all the data available via FURDR's harvester. And it contains data sets that are geospatial in nature, so geospatial files, or data sets that are simply located with associated with a location, sorry. So this is a look at map search at the interface. This is the search results page. So this user has entered a search for climate, the keyword climate, and they've zoomed in on the map to North America. So the results they're going to be getting here are all the data located in that window of the map that also feature the keyword climate. And you can see result number 5 is being hovered over currently in this screenshot. And then it's in the map, it's going to show the associated location of that data in the form of a bounding box. So as you hover over the results, you can see the location of that data. And then if you click through onto a record page, you can see more information about the data. There's a link to the source. Also, if the data is geospatial, you'll see a preview of that data too. I'm going to turn it over to Paul now, who's going to speak a little bit more about map search.
Thank you, Mark. As Mark mentioned, Further Map Search is an implementation of the Geodesy project. The Geodesy project and Further Map Search Geodesy is an open source project. We use 4 different sort of main components for Further Map Search. The first, obviously, is Geodesy. It's the main backbone of processing metadata and geospatial files. We use GDAL for the actual processing of the files to get bounding boxes out of them. GeoServer is our publishing distribution software, and then GeoBlacklight is the actual instance we're using for search of the maps. There are 2 sort of main things we've done over the last year that we're really excited about. The first one is French translation. So Further Map Search and Geodesy itself are available in French as well as English now. So that's everything from the interface to any supporting documentations, guides, everything has been translated into French. And then we've actually then sent these translations of GeoBlacklight back to the GeoBlacklight community so that other people using GeoBlacklight can have a French version of whatever they're presenting on. And then the second thing is we've somewhat changed the pipeline for accessing metadata or accessing records in the Further Map Search. So instead of directly connecting to Dataverse, we're connecting to the Further Harvester. So as a result of that, we have greatly increased the number of repositories that we're connecting to, including CCAN, Zocrata, and a number of other repository types. This connection to the Further Harvester has also improved our backup system so that if something happens and the service goes down, we can get back up that much more quickly.
So as Paul mentioned, the text-based Further Discovery Service and Further's Map Search are now using the same metadata harvester. And our next step is to unify these 2 interfaces into a single search platform to ensure a more seamless experience that combines the text and map-based searching for our users. One of the main motivations for this redesign is for users to be able to search across all Further records and use all search capabilities without switching interfaces. So in our current system, so if a user wants to search, for example, and retrieve all records about sloths, they would need to use text-based search because the Further Map Search would exclude any of the records that don't have geospatial information. However, if the user then wants to narrow their search to find, say, sloths in British Columbia, not that there are very many, then they would need to switch over to the Further Map Search interface to apply the map. This isn't ideal, and then we want users to have a smoother experience that doesn't involve navigating these 2 separate platforms. In addition, we've known for a while that it's time for a refresh of the Further Discovery Service. We've been really hoping to improve our filtering and advanced search capabilities for some time, and this is a great opportunity for us to make those changes. We started this project off by conducting an environmental scan of comparable data discovery platforms. We focused on ones that aggregate metadata from multiple sources, as well as those that have some map search capabilities. This research helped us to identify features and designs that we wanted to draw on from other platforms, as well as some things that we knew we wanted to avoid. We also established a working group to advise us throughout this project. The members of this group include librarians and user experience professionals with knowledge of research data management. This group has been really instrumental in shaping the overall project plan, as well as in providing critiques of proposed features and designs. Another component of the project has been trying to identify who our users are and who we want to reach as new users of the Discovery service. We conducted a visioning exercise with the working group to start brainstorming the different user groups, including those who might not currently be using Further, along with some different usage scenarios. And in that exercise, we identified the primary target users of the service are researchers looking to discover data to support research activities. We also articulated some additional user categories that overlap with and complement researchers. Another outcome that came out of that visioning exercise was sort of the realization that we can brainstorm all day on who we think could use Further and how they could use it, but we don't have data on the current users of the Discovery service right now. So we decided to launch a user survey to gather some of this information about current users. For the survey design, we worked with the Research Data Australia team because they recently conducted a similar survey and they have a very similar platform in some ways. So we aligned our questions with Research Data Australia's, and we made some minor revisions to fit our own context in Canada. And we did this so that we could share and compare data with our international colleagues once both these surveys are completed. For now, it's still ongoing, and you can fill out the survey at frdr-dfdr.ca. And you can choose whether you're a current user of Further or whether you're a potential user with some ideas for what you'd like to see from a research data discovery service. In addition to this user research, we have now started on developing some initial prototypes for the redesigned discovery service. These prototypes went through several rounds of design critiques with our project team and the working group. And then after these sessions, we started with some initial usability testing of the prototype with 4 participants. At this point, we're currently in the process of analyzing those results from the testing, and that will inform our next iteration of prototype development. We're also looking for more participants for future testing. If you're interested, you can fill out the form that's linked in the chat, and please feel free to share this with your colleagues as well. Part of our ongoing work now includes hashing out sort of the different components of the redesigned discovery service, and we're doing this in consultation with that working group. So we've organized these components as different design modules based on different areas of the discovery service and different broad topics. So for example, we're looking at the different filters and what analytics we need in the redesigned service. The content for each of these modules is primarily drawn from that environmental scan that we prepared at the beginning of the project. Concurrently with this, the Further development team is now working on an alpha version of the new discovery service. At this point, although we do have lots of work to do on defining the specific features, we do know the basic functionalities that we need to develop. Our team has now identified GeoBlacklight will be a good starting point for this project from which to make these usability improvements and add on new features. So we started working on that alpha version using GeoBlacklight. So challenges. There have been several challenges throughout the course of this project. The first one has been doing the user research component. We have really a large group of potential users here. It could be all Canadian researchers. But even though we don't have the exact number, we can infer from our search logs that we have a relatively small number of existing users of the Further Discovery Service search interface. This means that even if every single user filled out our survey, it might not be representative of the users that we want to be reaching. The next challenge has been usability testing a complex application using low to medium fidelity prototypes like the one shown here that have limited interactivity. We've gathered lots of insights from the usability testing, but they all come with this big caveat that the map in our prototype is just a static image and the search results don't change. Our participants were really great about thinking aloud and talking through what they would do if the map worked and what they would expect to see if the search worked, but ultimately we can't know exactly how users will interact with the real thing. And this is the reason why we're focusing that development work on the alpha version so that we can conduct some further testing and get a better sense of how it works in real life. Finally, another challenge was that there are lots of map search applications out there, but there aren't really a lot of other map-based search systems that also include non-geospatial data. And since there aren't really established familiar design patterns for geospatial search, when not all data have an associated location, we have to be extra diligent about ensuring that our solution is intuitive as possible because users won't be familiar necessarily with an established design.
Okay, so to wrap up our presentation, we thought it would be interesting to hear from you, the people about what you think would be important in this redesign project. What would you like to see prioritized? What kind of features? We put map-based features here, but really it could be anything discovery related. So we're going to drop this link to a Mentimeter poll in the chat. And I'm going to run through some examples, just some ideas, but we encourage everyone to fill it out. So something we've been considering is search by place name search bar that is kind of packaged with the map search. This image is a mock-up we've created. And you can see at the top there is a search bar for place name. So the user would enter a location, it would populate with suggestions, and then once a place is selected, it would zoom in to that location on the map. So you'd be able to do that in addition to using the map manual. Something else we've been thinking about is clustering to preview dataset locations. This is a screenshot of the Big Ten GeoPortal. So this just gives users a chance to see where data is located before they start their search. A few other examples we've listed here, linking to related publications. So this would be on the dataset record page in Further, links to related resources or publications in external repositories. Metadata export, if folks think that is something that's useful and interesting. What standards would you like to see, or anything else, any other ideas you have? So we'll switch over to the Mentimeter view now, and should be populating a word cloud. Cool. It's like magic. Okay, so seeing some interesting stuff here, interoperability, some new things. Metadata exports not needed. Okay, so all of this feedback is very helpful. Searching by place name seems like a hit. That's cool. Great. Yeah, well, thanks to everyone that's filling it out right now, and please continue to do so. This is all very useful information for us to take away, so thank you. Oh, hi, Mom. Okay, someone's being cute here. All right. Well, thanks everyone for listening to our presentation, and we'll open it up for questions at this time.
Thanks to our presenters. We have in the chat a lot, these aren't questions, but more for the information of the attendees. Our presenters have put a lot of interesting links into the chat, links to Further and Geodesy. Mark says, practicing this presentation led to us learning a lot about sloth habitats, and links to the Mentimeter as well as the survey, the usability testing, and all volunteers are welcome. Does anyone have any questions for our presenters? Oh, we have a question from Alana. She asks, have you looked into or had any luck importing regional bounds, for example, municipal boundaries, and overlaying them on the search map?
As of right now, our map, sort of what information is on the base map is just based on the base map that we're using. We're potentially going to change what base map we are using with the redesign and switch from we currently are using a free service, which mostly works, but still has some issues where certain places you can't zoom in a certain amount, and potentially shift to a paid map service. But we aren't manually adding any sort of boundaries onto the map ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for the presentation and for all the links and for the ways to participate as well. It's good to have ways to participate into a project that's definitely going to affect a lot of our research and geospatial data live. Sheldine says, thanks for the information. As a Caribbean librarian, it is very interesting what is available globally. So our next presentation is from Eric Morgan, and his presentation is titled Modern Alchemy, Turning Data into Information. Eric provides text mining and natural language processing services in the Digital Scholarship Center in the Hesburgh Library, University of Notre Dame. He helps the university community analyze things like the whole of Chinese history in Chinese, or the 75 million scholarly journal articles on the topic of COVID-19. Over to you, Eric.
Hello. I don't know if you can see me or not. This is all different, and this Zoom stuff is interesting. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you this thing I call the distant reader and the idea of turning data into information, modern day alchemy. To do this, I'm going to do my share screen thing. And I have some slides. Here we go. Going to open up this modern alchemy. Yay. The idea is I'm going to demonstrate a thing called the distant reader, which turns data into information. It's a supplemental way of doing traditional reading. And the problem is we are all suffering from information overload still. For example, how do I make sense of all the journal articles I've accumulated for my learning, teaching, and scholarship? This is a hard problem. One possible solution is to employ a process called distant reading. So I created this thing I call the distant reader. The distant reader is a high-performance computing system. It takes an almost arbitrary amount of unstructured data, think web pages, text files, PDF documents, PowerPoint slides, Word documents, any kind of file you can think of, it pretty much can ingest. It does lots of analysis against the input and outputs a set of data, structured data. And these data sets are affectionately called study carrels. You know, those little boxes here in libraries that you bring your books to and you put them in the pile. That's a study carrel. Well, that's what these things are. These are called data sets, and I call them study carrels. Each data set includes bunches of stuff. For example, it includes the original documents. It includes plain text versions of the original documents. You can't do any sort of text mining or natural language processing without plain text versions of the documents. Once I got the plain text documents, I know where each and every word is in each and every document, and I know it's part of speech and it's lemma and all this sort of good stuff. Another thing that these data sets include are named entities. These are fancy nouns, names of people, names of places, names of organizations, dates, times, money amounts, diseases, chemicals. There's lots of different types of things. The study carrel also includes rudimentary bibliographics, and it's really rudimentary. Authors, titles, sizes of documents measured in words, number of documents that are in the data set, readability scores denoting whether or not it's difficult or easy to read, statistically computed keywords. These are akin to subjects. There's also little summaries, and these are akin to abstract notes. And there's other data in there too, like all the email addresses it found, all the URLs it found, all the domains it found, these sorts of good things. Well, once you have these data sets, these study carrels, and because they are structured data, they lend themselves to computation. And you can do all sorts of different things with these things. For example, you can count and tabulate and filter words or phrases. This is the beginnings of all text mining. You simply count and tabulate the words that you got in there. Once I analyze things for parts of speech, I now have lists of things, nouns. I have lists of actions, verbs. I have descriptions of things, adjectives and adverbs. And now I can, that's another part of what you can compute. But you can also count and tabulate what people exist and what organizations or places or dates. So for example, if your study carrel has a whole lot of people in there, you can list all the people. They might be Plato, Socrates, Kant, President Trump, President Bush, this person, that person, the other person. And then you could look up those people in Wikipedia and you can make a timeline, and then you can illustrate, oh, look, this document or this set of corpuses talks an awful lot about medievalists or Platonists or people who are relatively new. Other sorts of computation, you can do simple search by concordancing, meaning give it a word and it'll show you what words are near and around that word. It's easy to do full text search. Again, I have structured data, so it's easy to create a full text query with your Boolean logic and your fielded search and your relevancy ranking. Once you have this sort of study carrel, it's relatively easy to do topic modeling. And once you have topic modeling, you can enumerate latent themes in your corpus. And then if your documents have other types of metadata like dates or authors or genres, then it's very easy to compare and contrast those latent themes with authors or dates, and you can see how ideas ebb and flow over time. If you have enough words in your corpus, and enough words begins at 1 million, it's easy to identify semantic relationships. When they use this word, what other words are used? Here's a word. Can you tell me the opposite of that word, considering this particular corpus? So that's how you can compute. But once you have these sorts of tools, you can answer all sorts of interesting questions, ranging from the mundane to the sublime. How big is your corpus? Well, I'll tell you, here in Libraryland, we want to know how many books I've got. That's important. How many words are in the corpus? That's very important. Our library cataloging systems denote numbers of pages, but that's really ambiguous to tell you how big a corpus is. Words is much less ambiguous. What words are in the corpus and how frequently, that's helpful too, because if there's lots of color words, that's going to tell you something differently than if there's lots of chemical names. And words kind of sort of represent ideas. So you can sort of interchange the words and ideas, and how often do these ideas appear in your corpus? How are those words used in your document? Again, words are known by the company that they keep. Again, what are the overall themes? How do those themes ebb and flow over time? But then you might identify an idea or a word of interest: love, truth, beauty, justice. How are those words used in this corpus? And we even get more sublime. How did Augustine's definition of love compare and contrast with Rousseau's? Or how did Emerson characterize human nature? You can address all these sorts of questions if you have structured data. I didn't say answer. I said address these sorts of questions. Some of these questions don't really ever have an answer. So this is modern alchemy. Given a research question, what is Emerson's characteristic of human nature, and data, maybe the complete works of Emerson, how can I can turn that information, his complete works, I can turn that data, his complete works, into information, words, nouns, people, places, things, grammars, associated words, latent themes into information. And then once I can do is I can analyze that information and create knowledge. Modern alchemy. For example, suppose I wanted to know what is librarianship and what roles do MARC and software play in it. And suppose I wanted to address this question by reading a few years worth of articles from the journal called ITAL. To do this, I can harvest and copy all of the ITAL journals, all the ITAL articles. I can feed them to the distant reader. The distant reader will create a study carrel, a data set, and then I can query the data set. And I've created a little program that I call the Reader Toolbox that will actually do this work. And it says, do demonstration here, but before I do that, this would be a good time for some questions. I will wait patiently.
Does anyone have any questions? I don't see anything in the Q&A or the chat.
That's expected. I gave people a chance. Okay, so yes, it's a terminal. We love terminals. Already, I have downloaded one of these study carrels, and I have installed this program that I call the Reader Toolbox, and it is manifested with RDR. Here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. When you do RDR, it gives you bunches of commands. And I could do something like RDR catalog dash location remote. And I think I put the command dash human. And what it does is it goes out to library.distantreader.org, finds all the study carrels that have been previously created, and begins to list them here. There's about 3,000 of these study carrels. And they range to all sorts of things. So if I look for Emerson, I should find some Emerson there. There's a thing about Emerson. Where's another one? It's probably the same one. Okay, and I can look for ITAL. Query, do that again. ITAL. How do I do search? I forget. Forget it. That was a list of study carrels. Okay, and each study carrel is denoted by this name. Well, I can download those sorts of things by doing RDR download ITAL, but I'm not going to do it because the file is rather big and our time is precious. I've already downloaded it. So I can do RDR and catalog of my local collections, and you can see here that I have a collection called ITAL. I have another one called Homer, and all these are on my local machine. This is very important. You can be in a bunker under a mountain, and the study carrels, these data sets will work. I can do RDR read ITAL, and it's going to bring up my web page, and let's look at the internals of the study carrel, and I can see that this is its formal name. There's all the articles from there, and this whole thing has as many as 600,000 words. That's not very big. That's not very big at all. There's 136 items in this collection. Okay, these are stupid things. How big are the documents? Well, they don't really fit into a normalized thing. How difficult is it to read? Well, here on a scale of 57, from 0 means nobody can read it. 100 means everybody can read it. So it's pretty much it's okay readability. Doing simple word frequencies, I can see that these are the words that are used the most. Yay, you would imagine that, ITAL, but words are known by the company they keep, and so sometimes it's good to know what bigrams are listed in your documents. It'll make a little word chart illustrating those sorts of things. You can statistically calculate the keywords. This is probably a result of using TF-IDF or some sort of page rank type of thing. And you can see that these documents are about Primo and libraries and web and MARC and mobile. Now that's very interesting, mobile. Look when it was written. And we might ask ourselves, was mobile technology a big thing during this particular time? This sort of stuff is rudimentary, what do you call it? Rudimentary descriptive statistics. Doesn't give you a whole lot of information yet. It's just giving you an overview. So another example, here's these bigrams, and how else is information used? Information technology, information science, information systems. How is MARC used? Well, MARC records, accept MARC, MARC sort, MARC records. That's all very well and good. I can look at some sentences, and libraries. Well, how is the MARC used? It's not, but I do library, public libraries, library resources. These are good things. Okay. The point is that gave me an overview. Now, if I go back to my terminal, I go RDR browse. Remember, it's a structured data set, and this is the contents of the data. So here's all my little directories, and here's my text files, and I can scroll down to one of these text files, and there's the text that I'm actually going to do analysis against. If I do back and back, and say, for example, here is my parts of speech files. And so if I scroll on down, what you see here is a list, tab delimited text file. It says in sentence one, word 10 is the word for, and it's an indicator. In sentence 1, word 11 is the word digital, and its lemma is digital, and it thinks it's a part of a noun phrase. I know every single word in the entire corpus, which is pretty cool if you ask me. That's my structure, RDR. So I can do other things, RDR cluster ITAL. And it should give me a graph. And what this tells me is that this collection of text mostly falls into one big pile. I can't tell you what that pile is yet, but it's one big pile. Something like Homer, though, easily divides itself into two piles, one about the Iliad and one about the Odyssey. How to get back to my terminal. I can do RDR ngrams ITAL. And when I do this, it's just going to spit out all the words in the collection. Yay. But I can do better than that. RDR ngrams, count the words in ITAL. I'm going to pipe it through to less. And it thinks that the word library, libraries, and information are the most frequent words. Well, you know what? I know that. So I don't really care about some of that. So I'm going to RDR edit ITAL. It's going to bring up my editor, and I can add to my stop word list the word HTTP. And then if I do that again, HTTP is not going to appear in my list. See, now it's not there. And I could probably get rid of library and libraries as well. But you see, I might want to also find out, though, words are known by the company they keep. I want 2 word phrases. Information technology, New York, website, information science. Well, that's all very well and good. But how does they use the word mark? I like mark. Mark's kind of fun. Oh, extra argument. That's query. How is the word mark used? Whether it's mark records, library mark records, intermediate mark, it begins to get me to show me something. I can also, so RDR concordance, and I can search for my query will be mark in ITAL. I'm going to pipe it through to less. And it will show me all of the occurrences of how the word mark is used. It's interesting because Mark Truitt is also very large in the same data set. But watch this. This is fun. I'm going to pipe those results to my editor. It doesn't really matter what editor you have. And I'm going to get a great big long list of words. Yay. And I can select all and copy that, and I can open up Wordle. Wordle is a very nice little word cloud program. And I can paste that into here, and I can say go, and what's going to appear big? The word mark. Well, we know that. So well, let's get rid of mark. Get rid of that, replace all, select all, copy, go back here to my text and select all. How do I do? Select all, delete, paste. So when they talk about mark, what do they also talk about? They talk about records and formats and programs. So I'm beginning to understand what does the role of mark play in libraries. I'm just beginning to understand. And so I did that. That's cool. I can close that. I don't need that anymore. Go back to my terminal. But there's other sort of fun things too. RDR topic model. I want topics 4, and I want words 30, and I'm going to topic model ITAL. And this will count and tabulate, see what words nearby other words, and begin to give me an idea of what is this overall corpus about. This is using a thing called mallet underneath to do its good work. And if you had to count and tabulate this many times, you would you'd get pretty tired. It's thinking it'll go to 2,400, I think. And what this basically tells me is if I divide my corpus into 4 piles, the biggest pile is about search and library and users. The second big pile is about libraries and librarianship. Maybe I ought to make those stop words. But the next one is technology. The third one is about information, data, and metadata. This collection talks a lot about data and metadata. I wonder why. And then we have library systems. Okay, so go back to my terminal, RDR. And I can also do another thing that's kind of fun, grammars. Language follows patterns. We know what these patterns are. You can search for those patterns and extract good stuff. RDR, grammars. And I'm going to query for Mark in ITAL. I'm going to pipe it through to less and have it not wrap. And it'll probably be ugly. And this is not a good example. Well, I can see here's Mark, which isn't really a good one. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to make this a better regular expression. And I'm also going to make it my tabs different, X24. And it doesn't, it exploits standard in, standard out. Because like Mark finished serving for years. ViewFind appears to pull author field probably from Mark. Mark sort program cannot handle records. Method is used to develop Mark output files. Again, I can learn a lot about Mark. I can do RDR search ITAL for query Mark. And it says that it's going to return of records. And this one it thinks is the most significant. And I can see that Mark is a keyword here. I'm going to change my query. I'm almost done. Keywords Mark, or it's keyword Mark, I think. And now the result will be more significant, more precise. I'm going to stop my sharing. I'm going to go back to my little slides. Where do my slides go? Do demonstration here. Things like journal articles are considered unstructured data. Without the formatting, it's very difficult to know what kind of information resides in the article. But because language follows patterns, it's relatively easy to apply those patterns to documents and output information. The reader applies this process to arbitrary collections of documents, and its companion, the toolbox, facilitates analysis, such as modern day alchemy. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm on time.
And thanks, Eric. We do have one question in the chat from Bohem. She says, actually, she has 2 questions. First, is it correct that all input must be machine readable? For example, no non-OCR doc can't be used as an input.
Correct. Right now, the distant reader does not do OCR. That would be a cool feature that would be relatively easy to add. Famous last words.
And her second question is, how does distant reader handle tabular data, numerical or text?
Oh, good question. It will handle it, but it really is designed to deal with narrative text, not tables. So you can feed it a spreadsheet and all that sort of good stuff, but the spreadsheet doesn't embody any natural language processing patterns. And so garbage in, garbage out.
Cool. And at that, I believe we are going into our break. We have a really quick.
I want to share one more thing. I'm going to upload a couple of a file. I can do that in this chat, can't I?
Sure, yeah.
How do I do that? Type a message here.
Do you have a link to it, or is it just
a file? My computer.
Oh, you can go if you go to the chat box. There's a little looks like a paper with a folded
Yep. In the chat is the handout of what I said, and in the chat ought to be another PDF document of the slides. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Angela.
No problem. Okay, so we're going to go into your break, and I believe it is the hold up your pet. And when we come back, I will throw it over to Ali, who will be your moderator for the next part. But for now, here's Eka.
Thanks, Amy. So in order to make this work, we're going to ask that anyone who wants to hold up a pet to the camera, raise their hand in Zoom. So just at the bottom of your screen, hit the raise hand button, and we're going to promote you to panelists so that you can screen share, or not screen share, so you can share your video and make sure you have all the right access. I'm just going to wait to see if anyone is up for doing this. And full credit goes to Cody Fullerton for coming up with this idea last year. We were so excited about it that we continued it this year. Oh my goodness, we have a pet. And Amy, if you want to introduce your pet, go for that as well.
Oh, this is Fiona. She was sleeping really cutely on on her little pillow there. So, but when I tried to bring the computer over, she got up and accepted to it. So, but she's still there. So, hey, hi, Fiona.
Krista, I see your hand and you've been promoted. Do you want to do an introduction? No requirement to do so.
This is Aspen. Last year, you would have seen Kaylee, but Kaylee passed away, so we got Aspen. So she's about 2 years old and loves to wake me up way too early. She's got the best green eyes. Yes, she does like to join meetings, as you can see.
I do have a pet, but she doesn't like getting lifted to camera. She's a small rodent and very skittish. So unfortunately will not be participating.
Surprisingly, she was, oh, go ahead, yeah, somebody else.
I'm not seeing very many hands, so go ahead.
What was I going to say? I was going to say she wasn't with me till just before this. So it's like she knew that she was going to get to show off.
I don't think it would be okay for me to bring my pet to work.
Yes, those of us who are in the office are a little bit out of luck. I am seeing a couple more hands. You've both been promoted to panelists. There might be a short delay, but just jump on in.
Hello. My dog Wyatt loves attention, so I wanted to bring him on, but we are moving. We just moved into this house, so excuse all my garbage. Buddy, do you want to say hi? Do you want to go say hi? You want to say hi to my hand? Okay, that works too, buddy. Look. And I also, slightly related, found this while I was packing. Top Dog Knits for your big best friend. Do we have any gems here? Oh, okay, you're being normal.
Have you made anything from it?
Not yet, because I just found it, but maybe he'll get something. He loves costumes because he associates them with attention. Would you like to say hello? No, you just like to make me show up the garbage. Great, thanks, bud.
Mira and Jordan, I saw both your hands go up, so feel free to turn cameras on and do introductions if you want.
This is Dingus. She's sleeping on my feet right now. So I'm sitting up. I'm being very cozy while watching presentations, and she's making sure I don't blow away while I'm inside. And she also likes to participate in meetings, and she's a full-on coworker.
Mira, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm just going to have to pick her up. There we go. Boo. This is Tonks.
Tonks is judging everyone. Thanks, everyone. This has been wonderful.
This is meant to be relaxed break time, so feel free to detach from your screen as well. But if you would like to bring a pet on, just raise a hand and we'll promote you to panelists. Be here the whole time. Dana, I see your hand. Oh, I think you're muted. We have some very sleepy pets on screen right now. Just reading Dana's message that the sound is not good, but that is Wallace.
So most people who have seen me around the conference circuit in the past will know that I usually carry my Squishables around. I threw a link in the chat with a picture of some of the Access swag, but actually more interestingly, I think is the two that still have their party hats and stuff going on. That's from last week. So yeah, it's fun. I miss going around and getting people to take pictures with them and getting name tags for them. Used to get their own name tags. Oh, that's Cat being distracted by something.
Yes, partner came home, so cat ran away.
I saw a couple other hands come up. So anyone who's newly joined as a panelist, please feel free to unmute and go for it. And on that note, we have 4 more minutes until our next session. So I'm gonna let you all have a bathroom break and call this. But if anyone wants to still post an image of their pet to our Twitter hashtag, please do so. We'd love to see and learn more about them.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. I was out earthquaking. So what do we have up next here? We have Megan's session. Sorry, do we have a moderator right now? Can we?
Yes, I believe Ali is taking on the moderation from you.
I am here.
Hi, Ali. I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'm going to queue up the video.
Awesome.
I see Megan's here, so I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, hello everyone. So we are just hitting 11:45 now. So I'm going to give everybody a few seconds to get settled. This is going to be your also have you drank water today reminder. So we're about, we're a couple hours in, and we'll get started. Okay, everyone has their water? We're good. Okay, hello everyone. So my name's Ali Foster. I am coming to you from Treaty 6 territory and what is known as Edmonton, Alberta today. And I'm really excited to be your moderator for the next a little bit over an hour and to introduce our next recorded presentation, which is going to be, make sure I pull up my notes. I don't like making mistakes. So we're going to be watching a pre-recorded presentation now titled Divisive Concepts, Constraining Speech and Restricting Online Content, the Impact on Library Worker Professional Development. This is being brought to you today by Megan Bresnahan, Eugenia Opuda, Elizabeth Fowler, and Benjamin Peck, and they'll also be here today in the chat to answer questions at the end. So Megan is the Life Sciences and Agricultural Librarian at the University of New Hampshire Library, and her past work has focused on emerging services for scholarly communication and research data management in libraries, and developing practical user-centered learning opportunities to help subject librarians provide support in these areas. She's also interested in how science librarians can better apply critical frameworks to their practice to advance social justice, equity, and inclusion at their institutions. Eugenia is the Health and Human Services librarian and adjunct instructor to the in the Doctor of Nursing practice program at the University of New Hampshire. Her research interests focus on library instruction, evidence-based practice, and empathy in library spaces. Liz, or Elizabeth, is the Research Instruction Services Coordinator at the University of New Hampshire. Her research interests include how academic libraries can effectively engage in university efforts to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as utilizing user experience techniques to implement empathetic service design. Last but not least, Benjamin is the Information Literacy Librarian at the University of Southern Maine. Ben previously was the first-year experience and student success librarian at the University of New Hampshire. His professional interests include the use of flipped learning in library instruction, gamification in libraries, and the intersection of writing and information literacy. So I'm very happy to introduce, and I'm going to hand it over to queuing up the video, so thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm really delighted to have you join me today for our presentation titled Divisive Concepts, Constraining Speech and Restricting Online Content, the Impact of Library Worker Professional Development. My name is Megan, and I'll be presenting today on behalf of my co-authors, but I'd also like to point them out. In addition to myself, other people who have been working an enormous amount on this project include Eugenia Opuda, Elizabeth Fowler, Benjamin Peck, and Liz, Eugenia, and I all work at the University of New Hampshire, and Ben is now at the University of Southern Maine. Before I get started and move into our content today, I want to take a moment, even though we're meeting virtually, to share my university's land acknowledgement and recognize the hardships that the Pennacook, Abenaki, and Wabanaki people continue to endure as the result of the loss of their unceded homelands. Next, I'd like to provide a little bit of context, a positionality statement of sorts to help you understand the lens that we bring to this presentation and expose our beliefs, biases, assumptions, and interpretations. So we believe that libraries are not and cannot be neutral. Our professional values of social responsibility, sustainability, diversity, and more make it impossible to be socially or politically neutral in our work. This belief influences how we understand empathy, how we understand libraries, and the ramifications of the legal issues that we will be discussing as part of this presentation. In addition, one more thing to address, in the peer review comments for this presentation, our reviewers commented that since this is a conference for systems and IT librarians, that this topic may, while being of general interest, may not be relevant to those professionals. However, I would like to make two counterpoints to that concern, which I will detail a bit more and try to emphasize in the presentation. I see empathy as deeply related to usability and the user experience of all of our library services and spaces and all of the technology that connects those things. So while I will draw specific connections to the IT aspects of our presentation topic, I also believe that all of us in libraries should be working to advance equity, inclusion, and diversity in our workplaces and for our users. And that's true regardless of where we work in the library and what our specific role is. So a brief roadmap of where I'm going today with our presentation. I'd like to provide some background concepts. I'm going to talk about a training project that we developed on empathy for library workers. And then I'm going to talk about how that project has faced some challenges as a result of a state level divisive concept law that has curtailed how we can talk about the concepts in our empathy training. And related to that, lastly, what the sort of impact is on the content of those trainings. So to start, what is empathy? Many common definitions of empathy tend to focus on interactions between individuals, but this simple framing of empathy felt really inadequate for our purposes of thinking through library services for a couple of reasons. So first, defining empathy as sort of a balanced interaction between individuals failed to attend to or atone for the power dynamics between people and the disproportionate impact of non-empathetic individuals, but also systems and policies and practices on individuals who might be using libraries with marginalized identities. So instead, we chose to define empathy through a social lens. So here, our definition, social empathy is the ability to understand people by perceiving or experiencing their life situations, and as a result, gain insight into the structural inequities and disparities that they may face. So most students feel shame and anxiety when using the library. They may feel alienated or disconnected from library culture itself or individuals who work in the library. They may think that librarians are too busy. They may think they should already know how to do something or use a tool in the library. And library workers who engage with students empathetically help decrease that stress and anxiety among students. So our sort of primary user population in academic libraries, but I think that point extends to other types of libraries. And hopefully it will increase our users' sense of sort of self-value, acceptance, and belonging in library environments. So why is social empathy important to you, a systems librarian at this conference? Empathy is essential for providing a sense of belonging to our users. It relates to how we manage library and technology systems, how we design and teach about algorithms and indexing, and the architecture of our interfaces, which can either make our users feel happy or miserable and frankly frustrated, excuse me. So we need empathy. It's a central part of the user experience, and it's not possible to design responsive, intuitive, and useful library systems and technology services, I think, without empathy. So with that sort of foundation laid, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the empathy training project. So the empathy training project involves an online course. It's a set of modules. And so far there have been 4 iterations of the training. So there's been 2 courses that have been held at the University of New Hampshire's library with staff and faculty members in the library at that institution. There's one more scheduled with the University of Southern Maine for this winter. And we are currently working on an expanded, self-guided, open course, an expanded version of what has already existed for any library and museum worker. And Right now, the courses that we've run in the past were designed to be completed over the course of 4 weeks. Ideally, people could take longer or do it more quickly, but the open modules will be much more sort of flexible in format around that. So the goals of these training modules are to help library workers define social empathy and its application to library services, explore and reflect on their own intersectional identities and who they would, how they would play out in their professional lives, to consider barriers that users from historically marginalized communities face in libraries, and identify ways to practice empathy through library services. The core content of the library empathy modules, the courses use video cases that represent interactions between librarians and library users. And in this case, where we're working in academic libraries for the initial modules, the interactions demonstrate how students would experience a variety of barriers when accomplishing tasks in an academic library. So course participants are asked to use the lens of social empathy to examine and compare negative and positive interactions between students and library workers as part of the modules. So, professional development for library workers interrupted. So what happened? We've done all this work to create these modules, and we've run them with 2 cohorts of employees from 1 university. And then our state, the state of New Hampshire, passes what's commonly referred to as a divisive concepts bill. So divisive concept laws in the US, the first divisive concept initiative came about as an executive order from the Trump administration last, I believe, December. It was largely in response to the use of the 1619 Project by Nicole Hannah-Jones and the New York Times in the classroom across the US. Conservative media in the US has really latched onto this project and other educational works that highlight the historical, systematic, and institutionalized impacts of racism in our country, which are very much seen as a dangerous threat to the status quo and American exceptionalism and whiteness. I think in most contexts, but in particular in how we educate K through 12, but also at universities. The Biden administration pretty immediately rescinded this order when they came into office, but it has been repurposed by a number of states since then through legislative actions and ballot initiatives at the state level. So this is just a quick map from a publication called Education Week. They did an investigation into these bills across the US, and you can see most of the hexagons here with some sort of color in it to indicate that a divisive concept bill in some form has moved forward in the state. And that includes the state of New Hampshire, where in June one passed as part of the governor's budget. So on the whole, 27 states across the country have introduced or taken other steps that would restrict teaching critical race theory or limit how teachers can discuss racism and sexism in the classroom at all levels. And 12 states have enacted these bans either through legislation or other avenues. And before it starts to feel like this presentation is too US centric, and that may in some ways be a fair criticism, I'd also like to suggest that we might be canaries in the coal mine, if you will, and that these attacks on how we educate people about racism and sexism may move northward. A quick Google search for me showed that there are many of the same political divisions and social uprisings are certainly present in Canada, and the radicalization of sort of the right wing is something that's present for you all as well. So what does that mean for our empathy training? We received some initial university guidelines about how to interpret the new legislation. And we were confused, to be honest. And there's a reason we were confused. The bill itself is very confusing. The American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire called the bill indecipherable and internally contradictory, which I would agree with. But some of the initial guidance from the university was that we cannot say that an individual, because of their identity, is inherently racist or sexist, ableist, or better or worse off than another individual because of their identity. We cannot talk about white privilege. We cannot force anyone at our university to participate in a training that addresses divisive concepts. And the curricula that happens outside of the classroom is not protected by academic freedom, which has a big impact on libraries because most of the work we do occurs outside of the classroom. So here's a section of our module that talks about intersectionality. We would not be able if we're to comply with this bill to say this. Here's another statement about white privilege. This is also a statement that we would need to remove from the content. Sort of at the bigger picture, here's a whole screenshot, a snapshot of a big chunk of content on power and privilege from our online module content. And here's the content when I went through based on the university guidance and redacted sections that violated the bill. Similarly, here's the section in the module that talks about social empathy, which I've covered in this presentation. And our definition is not compatible with the requirements of that bill. Here's the content after I reviewed it. So what is our current status? There's definitely been some loosening of the guidance as our legal counsel has continued to reinterpret the bill, and other agencies and organizations have spoken out and provided additional interpretation of the bill. There's also the possibility that perhaps there will be some legal action. And there's been some clear guidance around when academic freedom is provided as a protection around this bill. But the chilling effect remains. So some of the impacts are that it really curtails our ability to tell the truth about our profession and provide effective training opportunities for growth for professionals at our institution, in the state, and across the country. It puts workers with the least protections at the highest risk, those who aren't faculty and don't have academic freedom protections. Our K through 12 environments mean that students coming into university will have less preparation to engage with these issues. And I already mentioned sort of the chilling effect overall has meant that the way that we can develop these modules in our open content for all library workers has the parameters for that have shifted. So in closing, the key points I want to emphasize is that empathy is important in libraries, especially as it relates to technology. These laws have limited our ability to develop empathy skills in library professionals. And it's empathy, but it's a lot of other things. And it's really about our ability as a profession to make progress and educate ourselves and stay attuned to our values.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that presentation. We have about a minute left before I introduce our next presentation. I was wondering if anyone had any questions, they can pop them in our chat. Teacher pause. Okay, thank you again so much. So with that, I would like to thank Megan, Eugenia, Liz, and Ben again. And I would like to introduce our two presenters now for our next presentation. So now we'll be hearing from Reese and Allison, and they're going to be presenting two dual perspectives, two librarians as MBA students in a pandemic. Reese Steinberg is a business liaison librarian with a focus on teaching in libraries. His interests include critical market and ESG research, special issues, library pedagogy, podcasts, and advice columns. Allison Smith is a research librarian focusing on the subjects of business and management at the University of Ottawa. Before joining U Ottawa, she worked in knowledge management and corporate information centers in the financial services industry. So I would like to make sure that they are promoted to panelists.
It's actually just me joining us synchronously this time, Allie. So thanks so much for the introduction.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, I really appreciate the introduction. Really great to be here. I'm just going to share a link to slides in chat. And that way, if anyone wants to follow along with the slides, they can. So again, my name's Reese. Allison will be joining us asynchronously, and I'll be playing that video. And briefly, our sessions about what we've learned about being librarians and also MBA students at our respective universities, and how we've applied what we've learned using various different software during the last year and a half, and also how it can be applied, I think, outside of our work as subject librarians and in the library and more generally. So thanks so much. And so we'll be starting with Allison's asynchronous part of the presentation, and then I'll move on to my synchronous part. So bear with me for a minute while I do the whole optimize your video clip thing.
Hi there, my name is Allison Smith, and I'm a research librarian at the University of Ottawa, where I'm speaking to you today as an uninvited guest on unceded traditional Algonquin territory. I'm disappointed not to be able to join you all live, but I'm very excited to get to share with you, and hopefully this pre-recorded session will work out okay. So my colleague Reese Steinberg and I discovered that we were both pursuing MBAs while serving as business liaison librarians at our respective institutions. Well, at first we bonded over evening classes and intense deadlines and being an undercover librarian among the student population we serve. As we were chatting, we realized that this was a really rich opportunity to try to distill what we're learning firsthand about the student journey, especially during this last year and a half of online learning. Our dual perspective has offered us insight into how students are communicating and collaborating with each other, as well as their preferences, hopes, and disappointments related to online learning environments. We're trying to integrate what we're learning to improve library outreach, design better instruction, and provide learning tools to enhance equity and access. This presentation will be a quick overview of what we've learned in our student roles and how we're trying to apply our experiences to improve online and hybrid education. All right, so let's start with student communication and collaboration. So we noticed a lot of unofficial communication and group cohesion. Students were very quick to establish their own channels of communication. In my case, WhatsApp was heavily used for MBA teams, group projects, individual classes, and even for the whole graduate cohort to get in touch with each other. There, the group was able to ask questions, clarify course requirements, organize mutinies a few times, or just chat with each other. The students expressed a lot of concerns about missing out in general, and were frustrated by outdated or confusing information appearing in official university sites. The group shared a lot of news, news about the pandemic, vaccines, travel restrictions, as well as just world events. I would mostly participate as a student, but I would find myself sharing library links to the full text version of some of the news stories they were sharing. So from this, I learned how important it is to explicitly go over how to access the library's news and current events publications, since students actively use newspapers and magazines and don't necessarily think of the library as a source for paywalled content that they encounter in their, normal lives. As many of us do, students reach out to peers before getting in touch with instructors or the university. They asked each other for explanations of hard-to-understand concepts and shared all kinds of resources, links, and screenshots. Reese and I both realized the importance of sharing concise, chunkable information that can easily be reshared. This also got me wondering about the incoming classes of undergraduate students. The MBA group is relatively small and cohort-based, so it was easy to find everyone to add to a group chat. We had the benefit of this virtual hallway chatter to get a sense of how others felt about assignments or exams, to resolve confusion or normalize anxiety. Something other students probably do not get when the Zoom class abruptly ends and they're alone in their rooms. As a librarian, now whenever I speak with students over chat or in consultations, I started to make a point of letting the students know that their questions were similar to the ones their peers were asking to try to help make them feel a little bit less isolated. So the next topic is online learning preferences. So there is a preference or even a need for resources to review after a session. We've all learned a lot about cognitive load over these last few months, and online sessions may be more complicated to process and comprehend. Making things worse, our MBA classes had many people attending evening classes from all over the world, meaning the class would start at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. in their time. So the suboptimal format, exhaustion, potentially shortened instruction time convince us that not only do students want access to class resources on demand, but also need genuinely useful and targeted library resources as well. I often shared links in the chat during classes as a student/undercover librarian, but as a librarian visiting online classrooms, I've learned to share content in the chat, provide slides with notes and all kinds of hyperlinks, as well as distribute a handout or a research guide or an LMS module customized to their project. As a student, I've come to really appreciate how critical it is to be able to find something after the fact, when all I remember is that something useful was discussed, but can't really recall any of the specifics, especially if we were learning something too far in advance of an assignment. Another key realization is that students love having access to content in flexible formats. Videos should have options to be played faster or slower, and with or without captions. If you're providing PowerPoint slides, provide them as PDFs as well. Be mindful of content formats that do not work well on mobile phones, so as not to further trap students to their designated study spaces. Finally, students want to interact. The virtual students feel like no one is out there, they're not sure where to get help, they feel like they're missing out on the full educational and social experiences outside of this course content. Reese and I spent a lot of time discussing how this remote and hybrid environment calls for a variety of learning options and outreach techniques, and for highlighting the very human element available at libraries. I was called upon to citation library. So I candidly said, oh no, I hate citations. I have to look them up every time too, which actually turned out to be a pretty good answer. It both humanized library folk and also cast citations not as a complicated code that you either know or don't know, but as something that's easy to look up and reference. Since then, I've steered away from trying to know all the answers in my library instruction sessions, since a much more human, let's look it up together style goes a lot further in helping make the library more approachable to students. All right, so I'll now pass it over to Reese, who was able to apply a lot of the insight from our dual perspectives into some really great practical outreach and instruction techniques that I know you'll enjoy. All right.
All right, so I'll be moving on in the now synchronous part of this. To looking forward to how we strive to improve our sort of like outreach and teaching based on what we learn, how to transition what we learn to in-person, since we're all in the process of doing that, and also how it could be used maybe more broadly within the library outside of just the subject librarian perspectives that we both share. First, as Allison mentioned, the students that we work with, they're not dialed out at all. They might be really quiet in classrooms, but they're really engaged via back channels, including like there's just a massive student presence on external platforms, unlike anything I experienced when I went to school, at least the first time. So there are three types of external platforms for the sake of library outreach and information gathering. The first one's official in that it's organized by the institution or representatives. So this is outside of anything that's being paid for or subscribed to by the universities. These are things like Discord and Slack. And so the example that I am most familiar with at my university, our university incubators had a Discord and Slack that they organized, and that students that were part of the incubators as well as coordinators are involved in, and they invited me in my capacity as a business librarian to join and participate. So I'm able to go on there and post workshops. I can get direct messages from students because it's where they are, but I can also scan for relevant questions. And it's really interesting to see the sorts of things that students are asking each other as opposed to asking, say, a librarian, when there are sometimes there are questions that would be relevant to a library worker or a librarian in general or a technical worker, et cetera. And so being able to just like pop in and answer those when I see them is great. So that's the official. There's also unofficial and indirect, and I think this is the most common variety, and this is ones that Allison mentioned earlier as well. So these are organized by students. They're intended for students only. They're reaching out to their peers first, I think like many of us do when we're not sure about something. And also because networking is such an important part of university for many of them. They're offering help to each other and advice from earlier classes and leaning on each other. But this is useful for libraries because it's another way of getting in touch with them. So I may use these just as a student participant right now during the program that I'm in. And I'll post library related things when they come up and are relevant, but it's a student space, not an institution space. So we won't generally have access to anything like this, but knowing about them means that we can use them as a marketing opportunity indirectly. I don't know how many times I've had students in other programs that I'm seeing in my library capacity tell me that they wish they'd learned about something earlier, say that they wish everyone in their class knew about a service or resource. So knowing about these platforms and saying, you know, feel free to let other people know, use that word of mouth, that free word of mouth marketing we all have access to, encouraging them to post it to their channels. That's something that's worked for me and has resulted in sort of like clusters of people's classmates contacting me after I'd seen one person, sometimes from a relatively like obscure program or a program that doesn't use the library as much. And then finally, similarly, there's the unofficial viewing platforms like Reddit. They're more anonymous than the other platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, LinkedIn. They all require you to be part of a certain group or connected in some way. Whereas Reddit, you can just go on, look up your library or institution and see everything that people have posted about it. So this is still a student space. I wouldn't post there generally because it would feel a little bit intrusive, but it's great for gathering information about student sentiments and can lead to more effective outreach and other activities by keeping in the loop as to what students are thinking about, worried about, how they're feeling, etc. So moving on to outreach opportunities, the next I wanted to talk about learning management system or LMS embedment. It's something that as a subject librarian, I've used to add a module into this semester, about 15 classes with like contact information, links, slides for any of the classes that I've actually gone and presented to into course shells in order to connect students to supports pretty conveniently. This is something we started mostly due to the pandemic and are continuing because of the great engagement. And basically what it is that lecturers or faculty members can add us as course builders so that we can add and update modules within the LMS whenever we want to access them. And the way it works is that we let faculty and lecturers know via newsletters and direct outreach, but also by putting opt-in boxes so that when they are building their course, they can just check a box to let us know that they're interested in having a module built for them. And how this works behind the scenes is that checking that box while they're building their course sends an email automatically to a central library address, and the person that answers that forwards it to the appropriate subject librarian, and then we reach out and say, you know, here's a canned email and add me as a course builder. So there's a few steps on our end, but it's pretty seamless on the end of the faculty member or lecturer. And another option that we've tried is an automatic research guide option, so that a research guide by subject is automatically added to course shells. So for example, all marketing courses would get the general marketing guide, research guide, or LibGuide added to it. And then we can actually like manually, if we want to, switching course specific guides when they're appropriate. But given what students have expressed during the MBA classes about this desire for personal interactions, feeling like they wish that someone was there to support them, I personally see a real benefit to going for the more tailored approach, and it feels a little bit more personal, like there is some person out there. I also wanted to talk about activity and practice opportunities, including chat-based programs for in-class engagement. An example, probably the most popular example, is Padlet, and I've seen that in a variety of places, but if anyone hasn't had a chance to check out this free platform yet, I'm just going to put a link to it in chat. And it builds on the enthusiasm of chatting on external platforms. Students have a really high comfort level and interest in engaging and interacting this way. And I think not just students, I think a lot of us do right now. I found that it works really great when I'm going into classrooms because there can be multiple threads. So instead of having one long chat with everything in it, being able to divide it up into different topics or different questions has worked really well. I also regularly embed videos in them, just so there's like a timer for a timed activity, can include links for other resources, etc. And there's the potential to revisit it using Nearpod or other course polling tools as a way to mimic this sort of thing in future interactions. Another activity would be mountaintop or mountain peak activities. So start by sharing the end result, so the mountaintop, and then working back with students about how to get to that goal, as opposed to linear or sequential teaching, starting at the beginning and going to the ending. And this is so easy online because we can easily share a link to the end result to all of them and provide motivation to go through the steps to get there. So an example is if students are working on a business plan on different subjects, I'll share a single report on an industry, ask them to take a look at it in 4 minutes, pull out a point that would be useful for someone doing a business plan, and just stick that in chat. And it would look like this, and this would be sort of the plan that I'd share. And they're so much more likely to engage online when there's that motivation and then follow the steps to finding the report afterwards. And I think this is as a more human, like let's look it up style, as Allison mentioned earlier. Final thing that I wanted to point out is, and thanks, I see the 4 minutes left. I'm just about done, so appreciate it, Ali. A final practice opportunity, it's just a really simple idea, is creating a Google Doc and sharing it with the student prior to an appointment. And this would work with any kind of appointment. So it's editable so that there can be collaborative link adding and note taking. And this is something that I was doing with more complex appointments pre-pandemic, but seems even more important over Zoom, where people that we're working with can lose links if they don't have access to the chat or can't copy and paste from it. And definitely something I'm continuing to use because it really shows that when there's that need for more resources to review after a session in order to reduce cognitive load, wanting more personable help, reducing Zoom exhaustion because it shortens the appointments because they're more organized, it just kind of checks lots of different boxes. So just wanted to say thanks. It's so nice to see a bunch of people out there. And I'm going to share the link to the slides again and open to any questions anyone might have.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Reese.
Thanks.
So I'm a very big visual person, and I always like to process things after the fact. So also a big thank you for sharing the slides, because it helps me focus. I can be like, I can review this later. I can review it later.
Thanks, that's me too. I'm always like just taking screenshots of everyone's slides. So I'm just like, I always share everything, but great to hear.
Yeah. So yeah, and Corey, go ahead, Ray, sorry.
Oh no, thanks. It's good to leave some space for questions. But I was just going to add, I realize that this is, kind of a more unusual topic for access, but I really do hope that there's applications in a variety of different ways for some of these things that we've learned.
Absolutely agree. It was actually what I really appreciate. Not only that, I love the shout out to Padlet. That's been really helpful as a teaching tool. And because I think that's the thing, is when people don't feel the social pressure, I find, to to verbally participate, I find that's really good. And also I do creep our university's Reddit page, and I try not to be an interloper, because I expect, I don't want that to be a space where they feel like they're being perceived, I guess, being like, why are you here answering questions? Please get out of here. We're trying to have organic conversation. But it is very helpful to be like, what's actually impacting you right now, especially I think with the isolation. So I think this is great to hear. Thank you so much.
Great, well, thanks so much. It's great to be here.
Just leaving the gap for questions. But yeah, so yep, warm thank you again for Reese. And I guess we will take this time. Oh, we're at 12:25 now, so we're perfect. So I'd like to take this time now. We're going to now transition into our panel presentation, which I am very excited for. I have the pleasure of providing the interview questions. They were provided to me. They were not written by me. I wish I was brilliant as that, but not. But I'd also like just to shout out to, I'm also being backed up by Ruby Warren. She's my backup person. mainly because I have a lot of anxiety about my connectivity. I literally bought a backup Ethernet cable for this conference because my internet was dodgy. So nothing will explode. Fingers crossed. Okay, so anyway, so I would like to give a very warm welcome to our panelists today. I'm going to switch over for a moment. I apologize. Here we go. So I have the pleasure of introducing our panel. And our panel title today is Playing with Power, Administration at the End of the World. Our panelists today are Max Bowman, Jillian Byrne, and Emily Drabinski. Max is Assistant Director for Public Services at Colby College Libraries. They have a fondness for resource sharing, logistics work, and celebrating their colleagues. Jillian is the world's #3 biggest fan of Access. Fantastic. She's the manager of the Toronto Reference Library, the largest library in the TPL system, and one of the only public research libraries in Canada. She's presented at Access as often as they'd have her, also amazing, in the areas of management, user experience, and linked open data. And last but not least, Emily Drabinski is interim chief librarian at the Graduate Center, City University of New York. She's always wanted to go to Access and misses hanging out with her Canadian friends. I agree. I do remember almost doing the Spider-Man meme at you during Willow 2017. Being like, I know you from Twitter. I feel like I'm doing that with every panelist today, being like, I follow your brains on Twitter and I'm so excited to talk to you. Oh, also, Jillian, I see you have your hand up. I apologize. Is it audio issue or no?
I hope I'm good.
No, I can hear you perfect. Excellent. And you've all been promoted to panelists. Good to go. Excellent. Okay. So just to let the audience know, so there will be time for questions and discussion after the panel, and you can add them to the Q&A feature or pop them in the chat, whichever is most accessible to you. Make sure we ask them. And what I'm going to be doing is essentially starting off with some questions provided by our panelists. I'm very excited. And this is going to be an open question. If everyone is, we actually read the facial cues. We're all ready to present. We're feeling good. Okay. Just want to make sure before I'm like, here we go. Here's my frantic pacing. Excellent. So our first question, and this is for Emily, Max, and Jillian, is why did you want to participate in this panel?
Hi, everyone. Just a huge thank you for having me to Access. I've always been like, how much about computers do I have to know to be able to come to this event? And I'm really pleased to be able to be with you this afternoon. To the question, why did I want to be in this session? I became the interim chief librarian at the Graduate Center the day after we closed for the pandemic. Having spent 20 years labor side as a rank and file librarian and a very active member of my union, I found myself to have, for the first time in my life, titular power and control over things that I never thought that they would put me in charge of right when the world began to fall apart. So if you know me, you know I love a crisis, and it's been really exciting for me to be here in this moment and in this time, but it has been incredibly painful, incredibly lonely, incredibly difficult. So I'm looking forward to the conversation we're going to have today about what to do when you find yourself with power, how to navigate that when you have a critique of it or an analysis of it, when forces from all sides are making your life and the lives of the people around you and the lives of the people you work with really challenging. So I'll start with that and turn over to Max.
Hi. So I think for myself, I similarly to Emily, I found myself in a different position. I had spent, this is my 22nd year in academic libraries. Most of that time, about 17 and a half years of those were spent as staff. And that absolutely changes my perception and means that I have a little bit different perception sometimes than my colleagues. So I'm one of 4 assistant directors and responsible for public services. And I took this job about 5 or 6 months before the pandemic occurred. And so what I realized is that I am grateful to have this incredible network of colleagues. I rely on my colleagues a lot and I appreciate support, but I recognized that there were very few people, or that I had access to very few people, or knew very few people who were leading a public services or access services group, which in this case, during a pandemic, most of us were on the front, leading those front-facing roles. Most of us were on campus, have been on campus for about 18 months. And so when I had the opportunity to lead this group and had the opportunity to, I take every opportunity to talk about that work, to talk about sometimes those inequities, to talk about what it's been like to experience the last 18 months. And I'm able to be a little louder and able to, I have a few more opportunities to speak out. And I hope to be able to do that for the folks that I help lead through this. That's been really, really important to me. So thank you.
All right. So me, hi. I've been a manager longer than I've been a librarian, and I think I'm probably better at one than the other, but maybe not fully successful at either. But I think some of you have heard this before, but when I got my first administrative position, which was in academic libraries, I told myself, and most of you, if you're on Twitter, that I was really going to commit to default open. I know that some of the information I have can't be shared for a variety of good reasons, but much more of the information I have is just really super complicated to share well. And I wanted default open to me to work through that complexity and to make sure that I'm sort of consistently interrogating myself about what I'm choosing to share and what I'm not choosing to share, to make sure that I'm not falling back on the idea of keeping things to myself because it's easier not to share that complexity and difficulty with the world. As somebody with a fair bit of institutional power, I've gained a lot by sharing that complexity. People understand my job more, I think, and understand other people's administrative roles more because I talk about it so much, and I like talking about the complexity and the politics, and it's fun for me. But I've also failed more than I've succeeded at it. And so it's always good to keep trying. And the second reason I wanted to come is I want to be very clear, I'm not a frontline worker. I've been on site in a library open to the public since June 2020. And it's been rough for everybody, but I've not shared that experience with my staff. But I'm not here to speak for them or to represent them or try to represent that frontline experience. But like Max, I think, alluded to, I really want to do a decent job honoring the work that those people have done over the past 18 months. It's not just about resilience, it's about tactical problem solving, communication, community building, all of that care that they have brought to their work is really important to me. I'm also a huge fan of Access, obviously. Number 3, it's organizers and the community and the people I'm going to share a mic with. If you'll indulge me, I'm just going to take a little bit longer to say why I don't want to do this, because I think that's also important. I have to move my screen. So since I agreed to do this, I've basically, every time I've tried to think about it, all I've thought about is I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm so tired, I'm so tired. And I want to be clear that to do this topic justice and to add value to this conference requires the kind of clear head and thoughtful preparation that I'm not known for most of the time and definitely don't have in my wheelhouse right now. And I think my job in general as an administrator manager requires specificity. And although we've all shared the same pandemic, we haven't shared the same response. Everything I speak to is specific to my geographical location, to my public library, to my system, and to my province. We are a well-funded institution. That makes a big difference. We had a municipal system that was reasonably trustworthy. That makes a big difference. The size of my location made a huge difference in my response. And as a manager, the nature of my work means I don't accomplish anything alone. There's nothing I do solo. So there's more than one side to every story that I tell. And I just want people to remember that as I speak to my experience, there are a lot of other experiences that have interacted with mine that are probably quite different. And it's not my intent to be sloppy with my words or to punch down or up or over, but I'm tired and I'm going to do my best. So I won't talk as much after this, but I think the context is important for the rest of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now, Emily or Max or Jillian, do you have any other thoughts for this question? I think you did an excellent job. I really appreciate the themes you pulled out. I think the idea, especially of you don't do anything independently, it often relies on different levels of workers who are often facing different constraints and challenges. So for sure. Now I'd like to move through. So now we're going to have some specific questions for each panelist. And I'm going to be starting with Jillian. So Jillian, throughout the last 18 months, your organization has shifted repeatedly between on-site, hybrid, off-site models, both for entire departments as well as individuals. Can you talk about managing that experience?
I certainly can, although how eloquent I'll be is a matter up for debate. I think you cannot say enough how critical it is to remind all of us that the choice to reform the way our organizations' workplaces are wasn't a choice. It wasn't a plan. It still isn't a plan. It was a very quick reaction to events. So if I speak about the challenges of managing in that context, it's in that. I've never done it in a planned fashion. I've never done it well because it's not been done well. But it has its own particular challenges, and there's a couple of illustrations to that I wanted to bring. And the first is, again, I think, it could work, but the way that most workplaces have made it happen, from my perspective, the individual choice over workplace arrangement absolutely benefits the individual, but in our current environment, it's not working very well for the collective. I've said a couple of times, I think most of us who have said we can do 100% of our work from home are actually doing about 98%. And I say that because I'm doing the 2% of a lot of people's jobs right now. And my staff are doing the 2% of a lot of people's jobs. And I think that knowing that is really important, and that is not an indictment of the model, but of the implementation. And as an example of that, one of my first tasks in the pandemic, so way back in the spring of 2020, I'm surprised I remember this at all, was to get our team of remote chat, phone, email who reports up to me back in service during the lockdown. The challenges were we had a scattered workforce without any access to technology. We had never done anything remote before as an organization. A community within the public library that predominantly uses phone. Phone is 10 times more a use for people to contact us than email and chat, synchronous being much harder to do. A service that was already using legacy technology that was deficient. So this department answered 150,000 inquiries a year using landlines and Outlook. So we're not talking, having a nice robust system that I was going to just push out to people's houses. And as I said, a workplace, we've never done anything remote in any aspect of our workplace before. So you layer on top of that, the first 2 weeks of the pandemic, there was about 1,000 emails coming in to the inbox a day that were being answered by me in the basement of my house. So I was really motivated to move fast. And so we migrated all their tools to remote. We didn't have access to our shared drives. We didn't have access to anything. We put everything in Google Docs. They didn't have a VPN because that was a management level tool that was only available. We didn't have enough licenses when we tried to roll it out further. We didn't have laptops. We had none of the infrastructure you would need. And we had to get it all in a pandemic during, chains of not having what we needed. We found the one last headset in the city that worked with the tool we purchased, and we bought as many as we could as fast as we could. We worked with a known vendor to try to figure out the phone things because we had no time to do a statement of work. We had no time to develop requirements. We were just making decisions every day. And, it worked reasonably well, but at least twice a day, every day since that, I've said, oh, I am going to regret that decision. And I think that's, when I talk about doing remote or any kind of management, is that we were making expedient decisions, and we still are making such expedient decisions. And figuring out what decisions we've made and which ones are the good ones and which ones are the bad ones are what kind of keeps me up at night, particularly from a technical perspective. We do a lot of shortcuts. But also from a management perspective, which speaks more to the sort of managing remote, is that this team had entire infrastructure around it that was based on site. We had a rotating manager of supervision, of in charge, of management, that relied on everybody being in the same place. We had no communication channels. We had no, documentation. We had no built-in support. We had cut them off from everything that they were used to having in that building. And so much of it was assumed and implicit that we didn't know it was broken until we saw it. We couldn't plan for the ways that communication didn't work. We couldn't plan for the ways that there wasn't support for when somebody called and was rude, and how we followed up on that, and how we told them to please stop saying that. You know, those very basic things, we had nothing in there for it. And we had to fix it on the fly. And, you know, over a year later, we're still facing some of those changes, some of those challenges. We still have them on a system that doesn't work terribly good. They're still using Google Docs. You know, they still have home internet challenges. We're shipping off Wi-Fi hotspots. You know, I'm so very proud. And I want to say this was a project from Jan and Nina who demonstrated it was possible to lead a successful people-oriented project management with ridiculous timelines and complete lack of mature technological infrastructure. But regardless of the circumstances, and I'm so in awe of what they did, and I think they'd agree, a lot of the decisions don't hold up. And so, you know, a year later, we're in production. It's a scary thought for me, both from a technology and management perspective, and I think it should be for everyone. We didn't build any of these things to last. We didn't build, whether it's 98% of your job from home or a critical service like AnswerLine duct tape with GDocs and a chat channel, you know, the future is going to hit us hard. And it is so challenging and complex to deal with half a team on site, half a team off site, half a team on one day, half a team off another, trying to do that and hold that all together while not knowing when it's going to end, has been a massive challenge for me. So it's really interesting because it was one of the most successful projects I've ever been a part of, both from the tech perspective, from the change management perspective, the staff support, but it wasn't designed to last. And I think that when we talk about sort of these hybrid and shifting workplaces, we either have to start designing them or realizing they're not going to last. So that's all for me, I hope, for a while.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jillian. Emily or Max, did you have any thoughts or questions for Jillian's response?
No, I mean, I have my own response to that question. Can I share that, Allie?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Jillian, we had to just pivot immediately. And I just read this great book by Dan Green called The Promise of Access, which talks about the pivot as a thing that comes from the startup culture that has been put inside of public institutions like the one where I work to really terrible effect. I run a much smaller shop than Jillian does. There are, I think, 22 full-time employees, something like that, so pretty small. When we shifted to the pandemic to remote work, it wasn't like we were shifting to remote work because it was a good idea in a time of disease. It was because New York City experienced death rates that were unimaginable. Like it's hard to think about them now. We had colleagues who died. We had colleagues who had family die. We had colleagues who had family die and they could not locate their bodies for days because of the number of bodies that were produced in New York City by the pandemic. So that's the context against which I'm trying to do this job that I've never had before. And it was kind of intense. So 30 years ago, I read an article that said the most accurate predictors of workplace happiness. And I just want to have a good time, right? Life is short. Let's have a good time. I want everybody to have the best time possible. I want us to do a lot of lolling and all of that. I want us to have a good time, right? And the best two predictors of that are, number one, a work friend. Number two, the tools you need to do your job. So the pandemic hits, we work remotely. Nobody has the tools they need to do their jobs, right? It's definitely a duct tape and Google Docs kind of situation around here. One of the things I learned was how much city government happens through paper, how paper-based municipal government is, which means that we just didn't have enough Adobe licenses and nobody who had Adobe knew how to work Adobe, including me, to make the forms that are necessary, go through, right? And people didn't have internet and they didn't have chairs and they didn't have this and they didn't have that. So the first thing I did was I set up a Google form. What tool do you need to do your job well, right? And had everybody fill that out. Now, I work in a public system, a big bureaucracy. It's going to take me forever to requisition a chair for a college assistant, right? So one of the things I did as somebody who'd been promoted to this management position and therefore given, I'm on this side of the inequitable wage picture, is I looked at my salary as the amount of tax levy funds that were given to me to distribute. And some of those funds I distribute to Hulu so I can watch TV, and some I distribute to cat food for my cats, and some I distributed to chairs, mice, keyboards, that kind of stuff for my colleagues. So that was the first thing I did is like, I just spent some money getting people the stuff they needed. Something I could do because it's a small shop, right? And I make a big salary vis-a-vis the rest of my colleagues. The second thing, and I think that's a much harder piece, is the presence of a work friend. So we were able initially to maintain those connections to one another through like plenty of Zoom calls, but like it is not the same. I just don't think it's the same. It's not the same for me. It's not the same for my colleagues. And when people say they're 100% of their work is being done at home, I'm like, well, maybe, but we don't make widgets, right? Like we're in a people profession. Like we hang out with each other and come up with problems and solutions and do those things by being in place so that we understand the context in which we're working and by being with one another. And that I don't think I've been able to successfully like produce that feeling on the internet. I don't think it's possible. So we had some Zoom happy hours that weren't effective. I sent everybody a Christmas present, even though I don't celebrate. And like, that was like, everybody got a Christmas, but like, it's not enough, you know? And it's been very challenging. One of the things that a work buddy program, great idea. One of the things that's also a problem is managing the shift between on-site and off-site for individuals. So I live in a collectively bargained work environment. One of the things I like about that as a manager is that I don't have to use the time that I have with my colleagues to negotiate their working conditions, their wages and working conditions. All of it happens above us. That frees us up to have the kinds of connections that I want to have, which is like, should we take over this archive and work on it? Should we get plants? You know, those kinds of conversations, the ones I want to have with my colleagues. But the part where everyone is individually negotiating their on-site or off-site work status on the basis of their own individual conditions has a profoundly corrosive effect on the relationships I'm able to have with my colleagues, the relationships they're able to have with each other. And it effectively has done a lot of work to disrupt the sort of union position that negotiates on behalf of a class and on behalf of a collective. So one of the things that's been really frustrating to me is the sort of decision that many institutions have made. And I would be interested in Max and Jillian, if your university have made this decision, or your institutions have made this decision to have the supervisor and the individual negotiate about whether or not you're going to come back to the office, when really like there's real value, I believe, to all of us being back and seeing each other. I think that a safe return to public life is super important. I think that's what we're here to do. But when that is reduced to the individual interaction, it produces a kind of power dynamic that I never wanted to be a part of, and that has been really damaging and is sort of scary for me to talk about in public. It was my one hesitation for being on the panel, is because I see it's being recorded and it's on YouTube, and I don't know if you're always going to tweet, but there are colleagues that I had very close relationships with that have eroded in ways that I never would have expected, because the state has attempted to resolve the contradictions on the backs of its middle managers and its workers. And that's one of the real tragedies that I see coming out of this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emily. Max, did you have any thoughts or anything you wanted to share before we go to your question?
I want to say that, I mean, so much of what Emily and Jillian have said resonates absolutely. Specifically, there's the one thing that Jillian had said about, 100% of your work being able to be done from home. And I know many, many people feel that way. And I understood the need to de-densify campus. I understood the public health concern. I understand all of that. But that 2% did fall and does fall to people who are in the buildings. And I think for me, that was one of the biggest challenges. I didn't have to necessarily, so the public services group was here at our institution was only off campus for a very short time. So, we scrambled and did all the things that we needed to do to get folks the resources that they needed to have. And, we had already worked on chat. So we'd had chat and established that. So we connected in those ways. And, those 3 months pulling it all together, they were fairly successful, but then we went back into the buildings and there was this incredible sense of isolation. What Emily said about being a little fearful, I think, to talk about some of what's happening and some of what's happened. I came into this job and I'm one of 4 assistant directors, and I I was really excited about that, and I'm still excited about it, but I was excited about it because I'm a new department head, new lead, and I'm thinking, great, I have these resources, but I have spent most of my time here as the only assistant director on campus. And I have no bitterness about that, and that's genuine. It's genuine. I don't feel bitterness about it. I feel sadness about it. I feel isolated. I feel, I feel like I didn't know how to proceed for a while, and it put me in this position of having to step into a place of authority and make all of these decisions that I don't know that I was ready to make, and I don't know that any of us were ready to make them, but I didn't know my colleagues yet. I didn't have an established relationship. I was still trying to figure out where I fit. Beyond that, it was a new position, so my goal was to team build, bring folks from tech services in, bring folks from public services in, and make them one team. And so I'm trying to do that, and I'm when I came in, I'm thinking, great, I have the experience of all these other folks, and I can watch how these other groups work and just kind of figure out how to exist in this place. And in 6 months, that all just kind of went away. And I was like, our group was pretty much, now there were other folks coming in and out, as needed. But that 2%, I absorbed that 2% and probably much more. And I wouldn't just say myself, I mean, that entire team. And I did, it's really transitioned the way that I view my role. I didn't really get a chance to lead with any kind of distance because of the way that deprofessionalization in this field works. I was a worker right in there with everyone else because we didn't actually have enough folks to get the work done. So there wasn't that separation. It's impacted a lot of how I exist now and how I'm trying to kind of establish some of that separation. It impacted everything. And I'll have more to say about that in a little bit, but thank you.
No worries. Thank you, Max. I know I was about to say, I feel bad basically being like, and now you're back in the hot seat 0.5 seconds later. But yeah, so that's on that note. So this next question is for you, Max. So it's two-part question. The pandemic has exacerbated existing workplace inequities and hierarchies. And can you continue to speak to that, which is fantastic? And secondly, what can we take away from this experience? And for those managers and administrators in the audience, how can we use this experience to improve workplace conditions?
This is something that's, as a person who has spent, it'll take me a long time to spend, to be, 17 and a half years is how long I'll have to be a manager, a librarian, to equal the amount of time that I spend as staff. So this is near and dear to my heart, those inequities, those imbalances, and it's only gotten worse. So I started in 2000, and at that time I worked on a desk and I had access to my librarian colleagues. I had access to sometimes even the director. Now I worked in a very small library, but I remember that sense of all working together. And I'm not a prolific writer, but the only time I've really ever written something for academic libraries was about the stratification of labor between librarians, and specifically focusing on access services, even though the majority of my working time has actually been in tech services. But I just happened to notice that it all kinds of slides downhill to one group in particular. It was a very strategic decision for me to decide to move into public services, because I thought, I've spent all this time in all of these different areas. I worked at UNC during a recession, which essentially meant that I know how to do many different things just by virtue of attrition. So I used this. I wanted to use, the skill set that I developed and the empathy that I have for the folks who do this work, to lead a group. And then the pandemic hit, and it exacerbated all of those inequities. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about what it meant for us and what it meant for me as a manager to try and plan. I am fortunate enough to have a colleague on my team who is incredibly detail oriented. And one of the first things that we did is I sat down and I realized, okay, I need to start thinking about this differently. I need to start thinking about the work of public services a little bit differently. And there were all kinds of reasons for this, but having gone through, I've almost lost my job twice due to recessions and due to mismanagement at another academic university. And so I sat down and I didn't know enough about this place, but I thought, okay, I have a group of folks who do front-facing work, not all of them, but most of them do front-facing work, and we have libraries that are closed. So what does that mean? So I sat down and I developed, it's probably a 25-page document that each person is touching a physical piece. So everybody's doing logistics work, everybody's doing resource sharing, everybody's doing document delivery, everybody's doing all of these pieces that support this off-campus work. So supporting faculty from afar, supporting students who weren't able to come back, supporting staff who weren't able to come back or didn't come back. So I did all of this and did all of this planning and making sure that people are touching all of these pieces because, and I didn't always share this because I wanted to make sure that from an administrative level that folks aren't looking at this department and saying, okay, well, we're closed. So what are these folks doing? So blocking all of that out, trying to strategically put everybody in a place where they're supporting the infrastructure that now exists. We're reacting. And I don't love to lead in a reactionary way. It's actually my least favorite thing. And when I came in, I was like, we do a lot of reacting here. Let's move away from that. And in 6 months, now all I'm doing is reacting. But one of the things that's taken the biggest toll on me is doing all of that work and planning for people to get sick. So when I'm doing that detailed document and every single person knows what the other person does and I'm cross-training everybody, people who've never done resource sharing or never done document delivery, they're all doing it and we're all training. And we spent the summer, dismantling the library. We spent this summer putting it back together. But ultimately, the thing that is always in the back of my mind is I have to plan to do this job if people get sick. And it's an incredibly, it weighs on you in ways that I can't quite explain, especially since we're, I feel like there was a time when I had a lot of hope, and we're past that point right now, specifically because I have largely been in the buildings for 18 months, largely absorbing that 2%. And the group as a whole has been absorbing that 2% that everybody can't do from home. And that isolation, I remember there was this quote that we used, or this phrase that we used at my institution where we talked about solidarity. We're in this together. And it's incredibly difficult to feel like we're in this together when you're on the ground, sort of making these decisions, not completely in isolation. I'm fortunate to have, director and provost who listen and I feel listened to, but so much of it felt like we were in isolation, answering for decisions at the campus level and at the administrative level, being at desks and answering those questions, answering the phones from community members who all they want to know is when can I come in, researchers who want to know where their resource sharing is, constantly answering those questions. And it's not that I don't think other folks answered, similar kinds of questions, but when you're answering the phones and when you're at the desk, you just are that person. Every printer jam, there's everything that goes wrong. It just falls to you. And one of the other things that I think I didn't realize, because it's just not the way that my brain works, but I remember a document being passed around, and I believe that document was put in place by Jessica Da, a librarian who is at West Virginia University, and it was to talk to and speak to the work that public services workers or front-facing workers or logistics workers who maybe were pushed off campus, that they could actually work from home. That was necessary to say that we were all entering, and I hate this word, but unprecedented. We've never experienced this. And that librarians were given sort of the benefit of the doubt. You obviously can do your jobs from home and you can figure out how to work from home appropriately. And here on this campus, that was less of an issue, but watching that document come through and realizing how many colleagues were going to be impacted, that they weren't given the benefit of the doubt, that they couldn't work from home, if they were given a moment to sort of grieve whatever's happening or to experience whatever's happening around them, that productivity was ultimately just the most important thing. I think seeing that document changed my entire perspective. It just made me realize that we're not actually always thought of as like people. We're not equal. I'm an assistant director for public services, and I don't always feel like people understand what that means or what's entailed. I'm the only AD that leads all staff. And that means something to me. It means something when I'm looking out for folks. It means something when I'm planning workflows. It means that I am in the weeds planning for every single contingency, because I don't want folks to be, to work from home and for that to be questioned ever. When I don't feel like that was put on some colleagues. I don't feel like there was that question, can this be done from home? I mean, I just feel like at that moment, we all deserved the benefit of the doubt. And I remember that document has just stuck with me, because not only do I have to plan for somebody to be sick, can I get this logistics work done while we're on the ground, but I also have to make you believe that people can work from home. And fortunately, I did not have to do that, but my colleagues had to do that at other institutions, and that people lost their jobs because now they can't do that work from home. It just, to this day, I still can't, like that, I can't get out of my head. I think about that document all the time, and what that means for us as organizations, and what colleagues sort of need to think about, when we're talking about those inequities. When a huge part of what I talk about every once in a while is, in terms of desk work, is those single points of service. That, I've done the research. The way that we talk about single points of service, it's to get librarians off those desks so they can keep doing more important things. Anybody can answer those questions, right? Like, nothing comes out of those interactions, right? Nothing but, you talk about a printer jam, anybody can do it, right? And legitimately, that's what the literature says. It's like it basically amounts to anybody can work at those desks now. So when we talk about inequities, it's not just at the staff level. We now have student workers essentially doing staff jobs because we've decided anybody can do it, right? And what that's meant is that, and this was a little heartbreaking for me, but nearly everyone on the team that I lead says that the pandemic year was their best year in libraries. And that speaks to what Emily said, was that when people have the resources that they need to do their job, when they have a job that they can actually do with the resources that are given to them. So we were able to only have one library open. We have 3 libraries. We staff over 315 hours a week. But they were able to all come together, work in one library, and staff it with just staff. They didn't require the 80 to 100 student workers that they normally require to get this job done. And what that meant is they could rely on one another. They felt less isolated because they could rely on one another. And I can't stop thinking about that either. I can't stop thinking that we're in this situation again, that the year that they worked, where they didn't know if they were going to get sick, where they didn't know what they were, coming to work to, what they were going to face. It is really hard for me to hear that was their best year, but I'll be completely honest. It was probably one of my best years as well. So I'm going to stop there, but that's been just weighing on me heavily, especially as we move into this year where we've opened back up and just suspended disbelief.
Can I just pick up briefly on the staff piece, Max? The like, one of the touchstone experiences of my time during the pandemic and my time in leadership happened just a few weeks into the closure. I was invited to a meeting with other managers at my level in the institution. They wanted us to come up with innovative ways to save money in the budget, right? And somebody said, well, we've got the bursar, the registrar, and what's that other thing that they usually put with those? Bursar, registrar, financial aid, right? They've got those 3 things together. They've got 3 different staffing each of those offices. What if we combine them all and had just one staff, and we could access those other 2 workers? And that would be relatively easy for us to do because one of them has already passed away from COVID. And it was like presented to me in this meeting as an innovative intervention in the budget situation. And that was my introduction to how these people up here are thinking about it. And so those of us in this level, like we have to mediate, and make better kinds of decisions than what I heard from upstairs. It was like the disconnection that people have to other people is really quite shocking.
Absolutely. Thank you. Jillian, any thoughts or questions you wanted to ask?
No, I just think, and again, public libraries are very different in a variety of different ways, particularly around labor. And I think, we definitely share some issues. We have some different approaches. One thing we did right, and I don't know if we did it, I don't know why we did it right, but we did it right, is we brought back all supervisors first from the public services unit. They were the first back on site. They were designed to be there to pick up the services before anybody else came in. We brought back managers first for those units. And so the stratification in between the staff and the librarians hasn't been an issue. And in fact, it's been the best year for that kind of cooperation for that reason. It's more for us, it's a lot of not problems. The stratification is really on the support units versus the public services units rather than sort of para and professional, but it's a tale of two organizations.
Excellent, thank you. So the next question is specifically for Emily. So the question is, what constraints on your decision-making did you or do you experience during this time, and how are you navigating those challenges?
So I experienced many constraints on my decision-making. And so I guess I just wanted, since it feels like we're all friends here at Access, one of those has been the question of when we bring people back to work, when we open up to students to use our library again, which I think in New York City had a different valence because of the amount of death that we experienced in the city. So I was asked over the summer in June, can you open the library to student use? And I found myself being the person who had to say to my colleagues, we're going to open the library for student use. And my colleagues did not want to do that. They felt that that was not safe. They felt it was not appropriate. They felt that that was a decision that should have been made by us as a group participating in sort of faculty governance. I found myself feeling squeezed from both sides and thinking about how my power actually exists and what I have power to push back against and what power I don't, right? And so when the president asks me something, which to be honest, in June of 2021 felt reasonable to me in an era of mass vaccination that is available to first world countries like ours. We're beneficiaries of the wealth hoarding of the United States government, right? And so we're able to get vaccinated. And so it felt safe to me to bring people back. But how do I manage that when my colleagues really don't feel safe, right? There's a difference between feeling safe and being safe, right? And still trying to figure out this anxiety piece and how to get people to feel comfortable returning. And so I don't have an answer as much as I guess I'd be interested in what Jillian and Max might have to say, or anybody in the audience might have to say. How do we deal with that when we find ourselves in the middle there, feeling pressures to, because it's not like during the pandemic, honestly, before we came back, nobody asked me anything. The provost stopped meeting with me. Nobody asked me any questions. I wasn't included in any decision making. I was forgotten, essentially, which meant that I could run the place like I wanted to, and we could have a good time together and not work any harder than we had to. But what do I do now that we're back and I'm demands for access are we're still kind of wildly shut down. How do I deal with that? So I don't know, maybe Jillian and Max can tell me what to do.
I just love this question because again, it's that the layers of constraints, political, reality, imagined, internal, external, it's so layered. And trying to figure out what is what in terms of a constraint, which ones are internally driven, which ones are really yeah, you're gonna do this. And more importantly, you're gonna do this way. Is a huge challenge at the best of times and this at the worst of times. When I was thinking about this question, again, I'm not going to help you, I don't think, but I'm still going to say my piece and we'll see how it goes, is in my experience, it's this typical librarian thing where we say the reference interview is so core to our information services because we know people come to us with requests, they don't understand the vocabulary, they don't understand how our services work, and we need to intervene to make sure they have a successful experience. But when the power dynamic shifts and we're doing that up, we forget all about that. And we start to say oh, you have a solution. Thank you. Let me take your solution back and make it work somehow. instead of saying, you know, okay, you're presenting a problem. You're presenting a solution, but here's the thing, that's not actually a solution. That's not going to work. Here's the problem. And I found that over the time where we had a lot of external pressures to reopen services, it was coming from very powerful people, but as a solution, not as a issue. Why do we need to do this? And going from, you know, we're curbside, but people need washrooms. 100% agree. But that's a problem, not opening all our washrooms and all facilities at all time. That's a solution. Okay, let's talk about what opening washrooms looks like. Let's try to figure out what this request is instead of spiraling into solving, because a lot of times we're halfway down the road of making it work before we pull back and have that. I think, you know, the other thing is I feel those waves of anxiety as people come back, and it sucks. Because people come back, the vast majority get comfortable. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes practice. But the vast majority of staff, and I have a lot of them who have come back, have been able to make it work and been comfortable in a public services environment that's quite tough. But everybody comes back with this massive wave of anxiety, and riding it out each time and going through it each time, it's really challenging. And you just kind of have to say, like, I'll keep you safe, but I can't keep you comfortable. Like, I got that's commitment to safety, but I cannot take each of your pressure points and try to solve all of them. And I can't take that on myself because I can't do that. And it's, I don't know that there's a solution to that beyond the fact that it gets better. People, you know, there's such a lack of control right now over everything in people's lives. And this is yet another thing where they had some control. You know, when you work from home and when you have sort of that choice of how you do things, you have control. And we pull that out from people so many times over the past 18 months. So many times we've had to say, like, I know you had control here, but guess what? Dynamics changing. And all that things that you relied on, all that distancing, or the fact that we had masks, or the fact that I let you put signs wherever you wanted, how many you wanted, no matter what. All those things gave them a sense of control. And I think a lot of this is that personal reaction to not having control over anything. And we just, you're right. Like, it's a reasonable thing to say, let's start to reopen. We have to start to plan this. But how do you deal with that wave of anxiety and emotion? It's just really challenging. I mean, I'm just gonna shut up now because I'm just rambling. Max, save me.
When I read this question the first time, you know, what constraints on decision making, talking about constraints on decision making, and the first word, and maybe this is just that being in the now, but like fatigue. It was fatigue. So in the beginning, just sounds very prophetic. In the beginning, you know, and I talked about this a little bit at Blossom, but I have ADHD, and what that meant is like a crisis. I like hyper focus. I am able to get down to the granular level, figure out what we needed to do. I never have honestly felt more confident than like, I know this work. I'm a staff member who's done this work. I am a library worker. I work. So, you know, and, you know, that doesn't mean I overwork, but it means that I know these processes. And I know, I also worked at a health sciences library for 9 years. And so I've gotten really good at reading medical literature and assessing medical literature. And so that's a lot of what I did. And so when I would talk to staff, I just reassured, I've done as much reading as I can. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to design this process so that, you know, we're doing this and not this. That was the beginning. And now we're at now. So if we're talking about constraints now, it's just absolute exhaustion. I could do that hyper-focused for about 7 or 8 months. And then everything just started to slide out from underneath me. And I don't really remember exactly the point at which that happened, but I was like, you know, we thought about this, I think all of us for a moment, and I am, you know, a realist. And I remember telling my father, I think we're going to be in this for a couple of years. But when I said that, I don't think I actually envisioned what that meant and what that would look like from a worker's perspective, from a labor's perspective. And so, yeah, I there's that part of it. And then there's the other part when I talked about, I started to not care. I was like, if you're not in this building, I don't care. And I can't focus on you. I can't think about you. And that's a terrible place to be. I fully admit I probably made decisions without talking to other people. I made immediate decisions. I became reactionary. I responded to the immediate and put the long-term off and just said, this is what I need to get done. But now you have everybody returning. And so obviously communication is incredibly important. And one of the reasons that I love resource sharing is because it depends on the collective. I love working as part of a group. That's who I am. But trying to, and I hate this word, but here we are, pivot, trying to get back to a place where you consider everybody when you've been considering the minutia for 8 months, 10 months, 12 months, trying to get back to that place where you include everybody in the decision making. It was a terrible and is a terrible place to be. I'm still reminding myself, okay, you have to talk to these folks. You have to talk to collections management before you do this. You have to talk to everybody in the building before you make these changes. Because really, legitimately, I didn't care. I did what I had to do to keep and feel like I was keeping us safe. And I don't want to take on that like caretaking role, but ultimately it was my responsibility to make sure that we were moving through these spaces in the safest way we possibly could. And my only goal was to make sure that we didn't get sick or to do as much as we could to make sure that we didn't get sick, even though I had absolutely no idea if what we were doing was right, because we were learning about the pandemic, learning about COVID as we went through it, which was also terrifying. So I think for me, the constraints are just fatigue. And also, I think talking with colleagues and trying to sort of say, I apologize for not including you in that decision, but I'm basically relearning how to work as part of a full library, as part of a full team. And I want to be clear that, we've gotten help from other departments. We've absolutely leaned on folks. I mean, I suffered a head injury in the spring, and I had to be out for 2 months. So it was actually me who had to be sick, but for different reasons. And people came in and they helped and they did everything they could. But I'm still not at the place. I still have to remind myself that this isn't just the library doesn't run just on one team. And of course I know that, but I just couldn't think about everybody else. I was thinking about how to get through, how to get by, which is not a great place to be 18 months later, but that's where we are.
Excellent, thank you. I think that brings up an excellent point too, is, it feels from what you've been saying, capitalism is essentially saying, oh, but this is post-pandemic, where it's like, no, this is during pandemic, So I think, and it's, those same pressures are still there. So thank you everyone for those excellent.
Although, Allie, can I push on that just a tiny bit?
Go for it.
I know that capitalism is a problem, right?
Yeah.
I know it acutely in my bones, but I think there's a reason we want to get back to public life that is not simply about producing wealth for capital. And so I feel like the discourse, and it's limited to what I see on the internet, because like we're still not hanging out together, right? Is like the idea that pushing to reopen kinds of public services and public institutions is necessarily only about exploitation. But I want us to remember that the reason we're here is not simply to produce wealth for capital. In fact, I don't do that as a librarian, right? But we want to open public institutions because we value them. And so one of the things I worry about is the amount of time we've been shoved into our homes and our lives have been reduced to sort of the domestic sphere, that we forget about the public that we serve. We forget about the public that we want to be a part of. And what I miss is not exposing my colleagues to COVID-19 by hanging out with them at a happy hour outside, but I do want to hang out with them at a happy hour outside. And I don't think that the push to return to sort of normal life in the wake of mass vaccination for first world people of means is it's not necessarily exploitative. So that's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And I apologize for the glib one-off, but that is
no, I hear it so much and I'm like, I don't want you here to just
no,
I want you here to hang out and I don't know, go to the movies. Because remember, there's more to life than bare domestic sort of experience. And like I have a pretty nice home life, except that it has a 13-year-old in it. But I like the domestic sphere is where people are most likely to experience violence and most likely to be exploited and most likely to suffer. And so the sort of push to stay home has a politics around it too. So that's all I wanted to say, Allie. That's all. Sorry.
Oh, for sure. And again, apologies. I wasn't trying to, yeah, my bad.
No, it's just my bone. And I just always am picking it. So
that is okay. And you know what? I think it also brought up a lot of conversation in the chat. So, hey, I'll take that hit for the collective. It's all good. So we actually have, so we're at 1:20 now. So we're going to be having one final question for all of our panelists, for Max, Jillian, and Emily. And so what are the challenges do you see moving forward from here today? Is the final question.
I mean, I think I would say just that, Allie, like a recommitment to public life and to public goods and to public institutions. And I think, you know, the billionaires made billions and billions of dollars during this time. And there's a lot of money in the hands of the few. And it's our job to get more of it for institutions that I think we all know for the first, because like, it's not like anybody ever gave a shit about the library until we were closed, right? And then they were like, the library is the only thing that we need. You know, and I hear from students all day, every day, emails, very mad that we're not open on weekends yet because we don't have staff, right? But like, they didn't used to complain so much about us. And so I think we're at this like interesting kind of tipping point. I hate Malcolm Gladwell, but we're at this interesting point in time and in history where like there's a lot of attention to public institutions and why we matter, right? People missed us and we need to capitalize on that and use it as a way to make claims on the state for the resources that we need to do our jobs better than we did pre-pandemic. Because it's not like CUNY was rolling in money prior to the pandemic. And so it's our job now to make sure that they don't, that the state and capital working together don't defund us any more than they already have, and to sort of capitalize on the urgency that we all experience when people were like clamoring for us to be open, right? You got that, right, Max and Jillian? Oh yeah, right? So like, what do we need to be open? We need funds, we need people, we need all of those things. So that's, I think, where we find ourselves now is how do we get back and get what we need to be back in a way that's safe, broadly speaking, not just for COVID, but just because we provide public goods and services to people in the world.
So the biggest challenge I think I see moving forward on a much smaller scale, I will suggest, is that we won't look back. That our drive to march us forward will march us forward without reflecting on where we've been. And I think I see that two ways. One is as a manager. My staff have experienced trauma and show signs of trauma, and it is understandable, absolutely. And we need to respect and work through that. You know, we can't instantly repair ourselves and just march on with everybody who hasn't had this experience. You know, projects are starting again. We're getting back into the groove of things, but we're not. Half of us are raring to go. Half of us are, as Max says, exhausted. And I am concerned that we are going to be so happy about things being back to normal that we aren't going to do the work we need to repair our organizations. We've been splintered. And we need to figure out how to put us back together. And I think more relevant potentially to some of these people is we did some really weird infrastructure stuff while we were trying to keep ourselves running, and our technology is just holy. It's not good. I can't speak for everybody, but some of the decisions we made, and do you know where your laptops are? Do you know who's been assigned what? Like, we'll go forward and say good enough for now, but good enough for now could be good enough forever. And as painful as it is for me personally to sort of reflect on the last 18 months and dig deep to some of the decisions I've made, that's my fear, is that we will say it's done. We're in a better place. We're going to go forward now. We've learned some amazing things that we should be proud of, and we should incorporate it into our workload. We've learned some things that we've done that we should not do again and maybe stop. And we really are still in this temporary place. And we need to respect it's going to take us a long time to repair. Putting my 6 floors back together is way harder than when I pulled it apart. And that's the same for the people that work here.
The first, I sort of wrote down, I wrote down a little bit about every question, what do I think I want to talk about? And this one was the shortest. I only wrote a few words, and it was that the biggest challenges, I think, for moving forward are mental and emotional health. We have had absolutely no break. There is no break. There is no stopping. There's only going forward, and there's only this push to go forward and to move forward and to innovate and to do things and to provide services and all of those things. And ultimately, as Emily was talking about reopening, we are a small residential campus, so we have largely been open. That was just the expectation. So you have folks who have basically just been going nonstop. And that I'm just talking about working life right now. So just working life have been going nonstop for over 18 months during periods of time where they had absolutely no stability in terms of what was happening, in the libraries, and then, in their own personal lives. I actually don't see how we can move forward if we don't have some breaks. I'm not sure how anything can come out of this except exhausted and emotionally fatigued people. A few hours before this, and this is the first time that's happened to me during this pandemic, but I absolutely just lost it on a phone call with a colleague. I just sobbed. I could not talk to her and not cry. And that's unlike me. It's not unlike me to cry, but I'll usually try to do it in my office by myself, or at home by myself, or in my car by myself. I've definitely cried during this pandemic, but I've usually been able to not have anybody else sort of bear the weight of that. And I could not do it. I came into work after taking one day off, but I couldn't take that day off. I came into what about this thing? And what about this thing? And what about this thing? And there was just this heartbreak in that. And I ended up having to work yesterday because something about the loading dock, blah, blah, blah. And I just thought, if we don't take a break, if we cannot take a break, I don't know how we move forward. I have people, as Jillian said, people are traumatized. It's different kinds of trauma. It's different for every single person. But people are traumatized, and I don't know when there's going to be a respite. Typically our summers have, every once in a while in academia, okay, you have these moments in the summer where you can take some time, and that's, sometimes true. But this year it's we're putting everything back together. We're moving all the furniture. We're doing all this logistics work. We did not have 1 minute, not 1 minute of downtime. You can't go that hard, and that you just can't do it. And that's what I'm recognizing. So when I think about the challenges for moving forward, I don't know when people are going to be able to take a break. And all of our, if you're talking about college campuses, I've heard from so many people that they're facing the same thing that we're facing, which is that we, last year, some folks didn't go to college, so we over-admitted. More people are here. There's, 300 or 400 more students here on campus. That impacts every single part of campus: custodial services, dining services. It impacts your libraries. It impacts every single worker on campus. But who I hear from a lot are facilities who can't catch up. They're taking care of spaces because they need to open up more spaces so that people have space to study, because they're in rooms that have 3 or 4 people when they wouldn't have. And I just don't know when we'll be able to stop. And I think for me, there's a real fear there. If I am breaking down, how do I support people? How can I support people? And I need time, but I don't know when there's the option to have it. So that's where I am. It's just absolute fatigue and exhaustion, and the desire to have a little bit of time to put ourselves back together. I also think just fear of the unknown. We have absolutely no idea. I think we probably understand that we're not in a pandemic, but maybe an endemic where this is just going to continue. But that uncertainty for people, it just continues to weigh on folks. And so, again, I have no bitterness about having been in the buildings, but I think some of us are in 2 different places. I have been on the front-facing role of this for 18 months. And I'm exhausted. I am absolutely exhausted, emotionally and otherwise. I just am not sure when there is going to be a break.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I just would like, so we are a little few minutes over time. So I just want to give one more very big thank you to our panelists for their time, their knowledge, their experiences. Also because I want folks to still have an opportunity to have questions. If you could put them in chat or in the Q&A section, I will be staying on and I'm going to make sure they're transcribed into the community notes so that our panelists would have a chance to respond if possible. And again, thank you so much. And thanks for putting up with my parasocial relationship squeeing during your panel.
Thanks so much, Ellie, for hosting and for inviting us. And Max and Jillian, it's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So I'm going to be handing it back over to our conference team while we transition into some notes. Hi, thank you. And so I'm going to be transitioning it back over because I believe we're now moving to the part of our programming today, which is going to be the Hackfest report and closing remarks, as well, I believe, social event. So I'm going to say, take it away, because I don't know who exactly I am asking to take it away. Thank you.
Hi there. So I think we will first do the, Tim, do we want to do the Hackfest reports now before we do the closing remarks? Sure, he says. Get Tim on the line. Go ahead, Tim, we're live.
Coast to coast. All right, so yeah, as the program describes, we'll take this opportunity now to sort of recap what happened at the Hackfest yesterday. So I will stop right now and take the opportunity to ask anyone that participated in anything that wants to share now. Oh, wait a minute, I can do this. Please, raise your hand. We can promote you to a panelist so that you can turn on your camera and share your screen to cover anything that you went through. And until I start seeing some hands, I'll do some vamping to sort of fill some time. Let's see here.
I can start with mine if you want to fill some time.
Yeah, sure. Please, James, go for it.
So Tim talked a bit about Google Colab, which is like a free service with some limitations for, sorry, I'm looking at, let me move my Zoom so I'm actually looking at the camera. A free service for data machine, Python, basically running Python scripts or other scripts in the cloud. And so I started tinkering with this and I eventually got I found some machine learning predefined notebooks in there. So I started tinkering with that and I fed in some LIS grievances tweets into it. The results are horrifying. I can just show you, let me just share it so that presentation's open and things going on. So let me first, so this is what the notebook looks like. If you want to find this notebook, it was really super easy to work with. And it just like you follow these steps. But the issue I had was that when you're training and running these, so this is very easy if you know even a little bit of Python, follow these steps. It's explaining everything that's going on and going down. And then basically you're presented with this is kind of the training part of it. And you can kind of fiddle with these numbers to kind of get different results. And then it'll start training the model. So I just output it in here because it's kind of hard to read in the, and I had to run it twice because the Google Colab, you have a limitation of how much time you get, and then you can easily get booted if they think you're using it too much with no notice. So it failed halfway through and didn't save my work. And anyway, so this is one of the runs I did. And so you see it's starting up, loading up, and then this was set to go 1,000 iterations of training. And then it outputs a sample every 100 steps. And so like it's outputting these weird URLs and things, which I'm like, how did it get that from the LIS grievances? And what I read was that the training corpus is just like all this stuff from the web they pulled in. And the interesting thing is that they used Reddit heavily in weighting results from the web, which I think is very strange. So this is like something things about biodiversity and providing assistance to the families affected by wildfires, which is like, I don't think LAS Grievances ever tweets about that. And then it's going on training more, and then it's starting to talk about job security, and our job is not to protect the reputation of the profession. Instead, our only objective is ensuring your current and future job security, which is okay. And things about work-life balance. So it was a very interesting exercise kind of learning about this and seeing how it kind of, and then it's adding these URLs, which are like not real URLs. And a lot of these users I've looked up, they're not actual users, Librarian of Thailand. So it's very interesting to see kind of the output. And I got to the point where it trained it so much that it was just outputting this actual tweets from LIS Grievances, which is, I had to look up, it's called overfitting. So I have to like figure out how much, where's this kind of sweet spot of actually getting non-nonsense. And then it's just interesting some of the things that are getting injected in there, like, and some of the stuff is really like weird and offensive. And yeah, so I don't know, it just kind of disturbed me to the core, that and really kind of shows you how much these algorithms are, you know, this black box that could have unknown effects on things. So our first director was fired several days after interviewing. So there's some interesting stuff and just some weird stuff, and I don't know what to think about it. So that's what I did.
Interesting. Wow. Thanks. Who would have thought that the corpus from a monster could be mutated to be more monstrous? I guess.
Yeah. Well, and here's one. When we work from home, we have to carry a fire escape all season long.
Interesting. Yeah. Eka, I see you're or you have the camera on. It seems like you might have something you'd like to share with us all.
Sure, I can report on the like Jekyll attempt that we made in the afternoon, which is to move the Access WordPress website to Jekyll, or to at least explore a pathway to maybe doing that. And not Jekyll specifically, kind of like any static site, but we sort of fixated on Jekyll because there's a Jekyll workshop in the morning that was sort of a nice compliment. And I just wanted to let people know that there is now a project in the Access LibCon Google organization that sort of outlines what happened during the session. Unfortunately, we only had people show up who couldn't super commit to doing a lot of the work over the course of the next year. So if anyone's interested in jumping in on this, you are extremely welcome to dive in. One thing that we did do, Alex Garnett ran, well, we added this plugin to the WordPress site just to test it out. Credit to Caitlin Newsom, I think, for finding it. And Alex ran it, and it seems to have timed out. So if anyone wants to help test whether or not this WordPress to Jekyll exporter actually works, that would be great. But that's pretty much as far as that got.
Cool. Thanks for sharing that. And I mean, if anyone tackles this project, they can present next year at Access about how they did it, right? Full circle. Very nice. Anyone else who was in the Hackfest would like to sort of share about what they did, or even share their impressions about what they witnessed? You know, if you don't want to talk too specifically about anything, I'm sure we would all love to hear anything you'd like to share. Feel free to raise your hand and we can get into it. I think the one thing I will mention is that we had an idea on the board to fix machine learning. And after several half-hearted attempts, we discovered that it's not something that can be fixed, and we should just move on and do more important things. So there's that, at least. All right. So, yeah, maybe if we are if we've covered everyone that would like to speak, maybe I'll throw it out for one last set of impressions. If anyone who was in the workshops perhaps would like to talk about what they learned, or make a brief comment about how that experience was, you know, feel free to raise your hand and we can address that way. Or if you'd like to just drop something in the chat box describing how it went for you, I'm sure everyone in the room would love to hear it. All right. So one last thing I'll just remind everyone is that we do have a account on GitHub, as Eka has demonstrated with her link to a project in progress. So if you want to contribute some code or save some of your code to that repository, or to a repository in that organization, is what I'm trying to say, feel free to reach out to us, the conference organizers, and we can make sure that you have access to that site. And we can do some interesting stuff. Oh, finally got a comment here. Regex workshop was useful. Doing that in Hackfest, I felt really inspired. Excellent. And decently, I'm sure you have equipped to tackle some chat transcript analysis. Very cool. Interesting to hear about how that will pan out for you. Look forward to your presentation next year about it. All right. Excellent. Very cool. Some good dialogue there in the chat box. What else? We have another comment here. Collab workshop was really fun. Had some cool ideas for teaching data concepts to our non-technical students. Excellent. Very cool. Okay, so I think what I might do then is I'm looking in James's direction and say maybe I'll hand this over to you for any final comments you'd like to make, and I'll conclude by saying thanks to everyone who came out to the Hackfest, and hopefully we'll see you at next year's, wherever that may be.
And thank you, Tim, for coordinating that. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for looking in my direction across the continent. So I'm just going to close off for today. Thank you again to the BC Libraries Cooperative and OCLC. And thank you for today's to today's volunteer moderators, Amy, Ali, and Ruby. And thank you to our wonderful panel. And of course, all our presenters. So that concludes the main program for today. Up next, we have Furious Road, the Path of Least Resistance and Most Ranting, which will be conducted by Tim. Tim, we're doing that at 1:30, I think. Is that right, Tim?
Sorry, yeah, that's what the schedule says. So we'll definitely get it going by then, if not a couple minutes ahead of time.
Okay, and great. Thank you again for coordinating that as well, Tim. We have also a local virtual Saskatoon meetup for everyone in that area who wants to attend, or anyone who wants to attend, I guess. Or is it limited to Saskatoon? I imagine it's virtual. You can sign up if you wish to go and mingle with our friends in Saskatchewan. So that will be at a URL which someone hopefully can paste into the chat, because I don't want to read that URL out. And then we also have a spreadsheet of other local city meetups. Just looking at it, we have tomorrow 2 events at 3 o'clock Eastern, virtual meetup for Montreal, and at 4 o'clock Pacific, a meetup at 12 Kings Pub in Vancouver. So that's, hope to see you in these events, and thank you all for attending. This channel will be open, and then Tim will come on at 1:30. And thank you all for attending. We'll see you tomorrow.